Hello everyone, and welcome to a new project video where we are going to be building and deploying this YouTube clone. So this is the landing page of the application we are going to be building throughout this course. And here we can go on to filter by different topics, or you can go on to search by channel, or you can search by specific video. And here we have the search results. You can also visit your channel. In this case, I just have my channel here. Okay, and if you click on a particular video, we come over to the video details page. So this is the video details page where we have the description and we have some other videos that we fetch by the side. And you can go on to play this video. I will just go on and pause the video. So here you see you can go on to subscribe to the channel, or you can go on to share this video on social media. You can also come here and switch the appearance to either use the system, light, or dark theme. Now, this application is fully responsive on all screen sizes, okay, on desktop and also on mobile. And to achieve this, we are going to be making use of Tailwind CSS and also Shadcn UI. Shadcn UI is going to give us some components. So if we try to search on mobile, we see this and then we get the search result. So Shadcn UI is going to be the UI library we are going to be using to get access to components and to structure our application appropriately. Now, this is the build, and in case you're following with the course, you can get the source code here on GitHub. I will provide the link to GitHub in the description, and here you would see the source code and all the files that we are going to be making reference with as we build out the application together. So without wasting any more time, let's get started with the project together. I'll see you. So how do we get started with our application? Now, as always, we start from scratch. I am in the documentation for Shadcn UI. If you click on this documentation installation section, you click on Next.js, you will see the command to run to create a new Next.js project using create next app. And here you see the flags for TypeScript, tailwind, and also ESLint, and you just provide the name of the application. I already have my terminal opened and I'm going to cd into my desktop and paste in the command, but rather than give it the name of my app, I'm going to give it the name of YT clone for YouTube clone. And this should greet us with some prompts, yes, yes, no. And using npm and with this template app.tw, create next app is going to go on and install the dependencies that we are going to need for this project, and also the development dependencies. So let's give it a second for it to complete, and once it's done, we can now go into the created project and continue with our setup for Shadcn UI. Since this is going to be fast and I might not have to pause, but we shall see. If it's taking some time, then I have to pause, or perhaps it's not taking some time. And is it done? Let's see. 1, 2, 3. Is it done? Yep, it's done. Okay, so I'm going to cd into the YT clone and open it up with Visual Studio Code using the code.command. Alright, so this is our created application. Before we have a preview of what we got, I would like us to continue with our setup guide. And here I'm going to copy this command. So the next in setting up Shadcn UI is running this command. So initializing Shadcn in the project. I'm going to erase this to at least to this point and paste this in. And also we should have some prompts. Let's see. Yes, I would say for TypeScript, I'll go with the default. I will go with slate as our base color. And for our global.css, if we come to the app, the source global.css, and you take a look at this breadcrumb link, you see it's source app globals with an S. So let's go to the source app and here globals.css. And yes, for CSS variable, and for our tailwind config is actually in the root of our folder of our project, but with .ts, not .js extension. So we have tailwind.config .ts, and I would not configure. I'll just go with the default, same, yes, and I would hit enter for yes. And this is going to go on and install the dependencies. And also here we are going to have this components.json, and this component.json is going to be filled with live with the answers that we chose when we were initializing Shadcn UI in our project. So it installed some packages. Let's take a look at our package.json and let's see if we have more tools. Yeah, you see here we have this Lucid React. We are going to make use of this when it comes to getting our some icons. And if we just visit this, I'm going to open a new tab and paste this in. And once it opens up, you would see this, and this is going to help us with some beautiful icon that we are going to be using in our project. We don't need to install. It was installed automatically for us. So that's about it. And step 3, we have configured our component.json. And for the font, it uses Inter as the default font, but you see it is not required. So we are good to go in that regard, and everything is fine. All right, up next, I would like us to configure our dark mode. So here you can see dark mode, and then we can choose Next.js. We need to install Next themes, which is going to give us a hook that we can use to update the theme. So let's come back to our application. And here in our application, I'm going to paste this in, and this is just going to super install. And once it installs, we need to create a theme provider. So I'll copy this and come to the source. And in the source, where do we, yeah, in the components, I'm going to have this theme provider .tsx, and we should have some errors once I paste this in. Let's take a look. No, we don't have we don't have errors, which is good. And do take a look that we are making use of the use client directive here. So this is a client component, and we need to wrap our entire application with this theme provider. So how do we do that? If we come to our app layout.tsx here, I'm going to copy this from here. Okay, yeah. So this is the third step. I'm just going to copy all of these. And if we come back to the application, I'm going to get rid of this and I'll paste this in here. So I'm just going to import the theme provider coming from our components and rearrange the order of imports here and save this. Now it's time for us to see our error. And to see our error, I'm just going to have this theme toggle.tsx file. And next we need to paste in this code. Now we are going to see our errors, and the reason we're going to get our errors because we are making use of this button component and also this drop down menu component, but we don't have it installed. You see here it's trying to fetch it from the components, UI and button. So to have it installed, we can come over to the component section, or you can just use the search or the shortcut command K. And here, if you see button, you will see the installation. So I'm just going to copy this, use npm, and I'll open up the terminal and paste this in here. So here we should have our UI folder, and here we should have our button file just here. So this is it, and the error should be gone. Up next, we are going to have our drop down menu. So this drop down menu, and I'm going to copy this using npm, come back and just paste it in here to install the drop down menu component. And lastly, before we leave this component, I would like to change the alignment. Rather than align to the end, I would like to align this drop down menu content to the center. And you might be wondering, how do I know this configuration? Actually, if you just come here, you see the API reference, and this is going to take you to the documentation where you have the API reference, and you see the different prop that each component takes, the type of prop, and also if the default value for this prop. So these are the props that at least for this drop down menu, and you can see the different components, and you can dive deeper into them, and you will see the prop that each component takes and supports. But no worries, throughout this YouTube clone, we are going to be making use of a handful of these components, and you have a feel for how it works as we build out the course project. So I'm gonna clear, and now we can have a preview. We are definitely not gonna see dark and light theme in action, at least for now, because if you come over to, we are not mounting this theme toggle, so we can't actually toggle. But if we want to just have a preview of light and dark theme, and to be sure we have properly configured everything, you see here the default theme is system. We can change this to dark. Okay, if we come now, you see it's on the white theme, but if we change it to dark and save and just let's reload, you see we now have our dark theme. So that's the way we can do manually, but I'll just leave it to system, and we now sure that we correctly wired up our theming in our Next.js application. So now that we have this, I would like to configure tailwind CSS just a little bit. So I'll come over to the tailwind config. I will just close this, and here where we have the primary, is the primary background colors, yeah, so just where we have this, I would like to add another variant. So remember, this is what we had as the default. So to maintain it and not break our application, I'm just going to use this default, and this is gonna reference or be used as a default just as we had as before. But I want to add this dark variant and also the light variant here. And for the dark variant, I prepared some hex code before now. I didn't go about cramming hex code, so 3F, 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 and also for the light mode, I'll go for E5, E5, E5. And this should be the setup we need for our tailwind config. And also, if we come over to our layout.tsx, rather than just have this children tag here, I would like to wrap it in the main tag. And for class name, I would just give this margin to the padding to the top of 0. All right, so if we come out to application and we reload, everything works as fine. And let's continue. Now, even in our page.tsx, let's do some cleanup. I'm gonna get rid of everything here, and I'll just wait on a fragment that says YouTube clone. Like this, save, and we should see YouTube clone here. And now we also get rid of the image import from next image. So where do we get started with our YouTube clone? Actually, let's change this title to YouTube clone, and the description is, what do we go, YouTube or anything like that. For the description will work just fine. And so let's get rid of these, and to get started with the application, I would like to start with our layout. So getting started with our layout, we are gonna have more than one layout in our application because we have different screens, and the side navigation is quite different, or the way the side navigation works is quite different on those screens. So because of that, I would like to come to the app and have this route grouping, where first I'm just going to have this main, and this main is going to represent or hold our home page. So I'm just going to move this in here like this. I would update the import, and this is going to update in cache. To be sincere, I don't know, saving this if it breaks anything. So what I normally do, I'm just going to shut the terminal, clear the cache, and restart the application, npm run dev, and we should be fine and good to go. So here we have our source app, and here we have our main.tsx with our page. But here for now, you see the layout.tsx is still gonna make use of the, if we reload our page, you see everything should still be fine because it's still making use of this root layout. So this default layout that we have up and going. So let's work on this layout.tsx file, and I can start with the top navigation. So let's have this components folder here, and here we can have our top navigation.tsx file like this. So what are we going to have in our layouts, in our top navigation? First, let's have this component, and I'm going to get rid of the React.js input. And also, I'm going to mark this as a client component, making use of the use client directive. And for HTML semantics, I'll be making use of a nav rather than use a div. So let's start styling. First, I'm gonna give this a class name of fixed. I'm gonna start from the top. So top 0, left 0, take the full screen. A Z index of 20, and on dark mode, I wanna give this a dark background, so BG black, and give it a BG white by default. Okay, so I'm gonna save this. Do we see anything? No, because we need to mount our top navigation in our layout. So here in our layout, we can just mount it here. So our top navigation, it should be imported from the components here, and then we can go on to save this file. And to have a quick preview, we see the top navigation, and yes, we don't see our theming, just the way we explained that before. You can change this to dark if you want to see how it works on dark theme, and you see. So I'm just gonna say the systems until we are making use of our theme toggle component. So what do we have first here? Here we're gonna have another div, and this div, we can give it a class name of flex, and also justify between items center, a padding to the x-axis of 2, and on medium devices a padding to the x-axis of 7, and give this a height of 16. Okay, so you can see here I'm getting some useful auto completion, and I'm often getting this, box which shows the color and stuff like that is an extension. If you come over to the extensions tab and you search for tailwind, and here you would see this tailwind CSS IntelliSense. To go on and install, and you will be having the same auto completion as I do in my code. So after that div, we are going to have, you can see flex, justify between, item center. So here we're going to have 3 contents, actually: the search, the profile content or notification, and also the logo content with more like the logo text. So here we're going to have this div and give this a class name of flex, items center, like this. And in here we're going to have this span tag, and this span tag has some class names. On hover, I'm going to give this a BG background of what's dark, and just reduce the variance by 30, like this. On medium, I'm gonna give this a display of block because by default it's gonna be hidden. And on hover, I'm gonna give this a text white, and give this a cursor pointer, and give this a text dark like this. Where do we have it? So text dark. Maybe you don't have text dark. I'm gonna give this a rounded full, and give this a padding of 2 and a margin to the right of 1. Alright, so in here, what are we gonna have? We're gonna have this menu icon, which should be imported from Lucid React. So it should be imported from here. And the configuration, we can give this a size of 30. 30 is gonna be like the size in pixels. So let's save this. And after this, we are going to have a link from Next link. And this link is gonna have the YouTube logo and also the YouTube name. So first, let's give this link a class name of flex, items center. Give this a space x of 2, like this. And for the href, to get rid of the error, we're gonna say you should take us to the home page. And this link is gonna have this YouTube, should be imported from Lucid React. And this is gonna have a size of 48. And for class name, I'm gonna give this a class name of text red 700, just to have this YouTube red text and fill. And after this, we're gonna have the span, which is actually gonna contain the actual text YouTube, like this. And for class name, it's gonna be hidden by default, and on medium devices, we're gonna display it block. Give this a text 2XL, and give this a font bold, like this. So let's save this, come back, and let's see what we have going on in our application. Let's reload, and yeah, so this is what we have going on here. And next we're gonna have this other section. Remember, this outside div here is positioning these items as flex. So this is the first flex item. And now we can go on to have the second item. So here I'm gonna have this div, which also is going to have the position flex, but on medium devices. Item center, justify center, and hidden by default. So let's see what we have inside here. Inside this div, we have this form for the search. It doesn't have any action. Okay, so it has an on submit. We're gonna get back to this. And for class name, it has a class name of flex, items center, a height of 10, that should be 40 pixels, and an mx of auto. So inside this form, we definitely have an input, and this is gonna have a type of search, and this is gonna have a placeholder of search. Okay, and what else? We need the ref that we are going to use to connect to this input, because we're not going to be using state, and you know, we state whenever there's an unchange, it goes on to render the component, which I don't want and I don't think is necessary. So in this case, we're going to be making use of ref. You're going to see how it works if it's new to you, but for this input, give it a px of 4, a height of full, and on medium devices, I'm going to give this a width of what? Of 48. Okay, and let's continue styling on large devices. I'll give this a width of 96. Give this some border. On a dark theme, I'm going to give this a border gray of 50, not orange, border gray of 50. And by default, that's on the white theme. Give this a border gray of 300. Give this rounded L full, and give this on focus. I just want to take off the outline by saying outline none. Okay, so this is it for the input. And this input, remember, you see here we have flex, item center. So we're going to have a div that is going to have this search icon, more like embedded inside the input. You're going to see how it works when we go for a preview. And this has a px of 5. Going to display this as grid, place content center, place content center, not stats, place content center. Yep. And I'm gonna give this a bg background of light, our costume background. Give this a text black, and give this a rounded right of full. You know, here we get this rounded left full, and now we are giving it this rounded light full. And here we just want to have this search icon, which will also be imported from Lucid React like this. So let's go on and connect our ref and also our form. And to do this, here I'm just going to go on and have our search input. So search input ref, which is going to be equal to the use ref hook. So use ref should be imported from React. And this use ref hook, I would say, has a default value of null. And for TypeScript to be happy, because if we don't add TypeScript, you would see the error we would face. And here we can have our const handle submit. And this is going to be equal to this form. And we can add this to this here. And you know that this is going to be called automatically with an event, which is going to be of type form event. Should be imported from React. Form event, we tell it this is going to be a HTML form element like this. And here we can pass this search input ref to this input, and we would see our error soon. So first I'm going to say event.prevent default like this. And here I'm just going to log to the console. Just say if search input ref.current. Then I'm just going to console.log our search input ref.current.value. And we have an error. No, here we see our error. You see, probably value doesn't exist or type never. So to make TypeScript to be happy, we just come here and say this is going to hold the reference to a HTML input element like this, and the error should be gone. Great. So let's save this. Let's have a preview. If everything is going fine, yep, everything is going fine. We have our search and we have this. And already, if we type into the search box, we have an error. Do we? Nope. It's just an error that is usually caused by an extension or something like that. So here, if we type hello and we hit enter, we see hello. All right. So next, let's go on and have the other component, which is mainly gonna be, I think, gonna have our theme toggle and stuff like that. So let's come back to the application, and I'm just going to collapse this. If you need the code, you can check the GitHub and you will definitely see the source code over there. So let's have this div, and what are we going to give to this div? Let's give it a class name first. I'm gonna give this a class name of flex items center and space x7. Okay, and here we're going to have this div, which is gonna have this class name of md hidden, because we want it to be hidden on medium devices. And finally, we can have our theme provider. So here we have our theme provider, but I'm actually going to change the way we import. So rather than like this, go to /components, and here our theme, was it our theme provider? No, we don't need our theme provider. We need our theme toggle. So I'm going to get rid of this. We actually needed our theme toggle here. So let's get it in. So theme toggle, we're not seeing it. So let's see why. If we come to this theme toggle, are we exporting? No, it's mode toggle. Let's change it to theme toggle like this. And now we should be able to use it without worries. So it is imported, and I'm going to change. So this is going to come from / and then go to components. So from components, theme toggle like this. So we have our theme toggle and we are using it here. So after this, next we are going to import this video, which will come from the React. And after this, we are going to also import the bell icon from the React like this. All right, so after this, we can go and have this div. In this div, I'm gonna give this class name of md hidden. Okay, and in here we are going to have the dialog. So let's go on and have it. Not like this, we don't have it installed. So let's come back to Shadcn UI and search for dialog component here. And to install it, I'm just going to copy this. Now this dialog is going to hold the form, but going to be used on the mobile state. So let's quit our server and let's go on to install this dialog. Okay, so next we can come here and let's see if we have auto completion. Yep, we do. And here I'm going to open it up. It's not going to be a self-closing component, and restart our server. So let's change this. Rather than come like this, I'm going to import it from /components, UI, and dialog. And this dialog, we are going to have to manage it from our state. So here, let's quickly have our state. I'm actually going to have it here. And const, I'm going to say dialog open, and here set dialog open is going to be equal to use state, and by default is not going to be open, so we can use a default state of false. And here we can now chain this open prop to our dialog open from state. Okay, and to close it, we also need to add this on open chains, and we just pass the set dialog open to it. And we can go on to import the dialog trigger. So dialog trigger, not title. Yep, dialog trigger. And we want to also use the search component from the React to be able to toggle the dialog. So on click, of this search, we are going to call this function that is going to set our dialog open to true, like this. Alright, so here then we can go on to have the dialog content. So dialog content should be imported not from Radix UI, please. It should be imported from our components. And this is going to have the same form. So let's do copy and paste. I'm just going to copy this form. And I would come in here and paste it in here. So we have this flex, item center, height 10, MX auto, and same. Everything remains the same here. If we have any errors, we would come and fix it, but everything I think remains the same. And that's it after the div. So after this div, which is going to be hidden, you can save this, and now we can go on to have the div that is going to be visible for our desktop device. So here I'm going to have another div. If we save this and we come back to our application, let's reload. You see here we just have these two. We have this icon for the video, and we have this notification or bell icon here. Now we want to go on and see our toggle, because here we added where is it? So our toggle, where do we have it? Yeah, so our theme toggle, which by default is hidden on desktop devices. So here we are going to have let's give it the class name. So the class name, now this is going to be hidden on smaller devices, and on medium devices we are going to display. And what's the content? This is going to have the drop down menu. Where do we import it from? Drop down menu should come from the UI. So I'm also going to change this to /at components like this. And if we come back here to the drop down menu, now we can have the drop down menu trigger here, and this is going to have our avatar. And for the class name, I'm going to give this a class name of focus outline none. Okay, and the trigger is going to be an avatar component, also coming from Shadcn UI. So these avatar components we have here, we can install, copy, and come back to application. I'm going to quit our terminal and paste this in here. So while that's installing, let's try to import it already. So import avatar. We don't get auto completion. Let's try again. Import avatar. This will come from UI avatar. So we can change it to come from @/components like this. And here, I'm gonna collapse this. Here in the avatar, we can start by having the avatar image coming from the components. It's gonna be a self-closing, and it needs the source, and it also needs the alt. Okay, we're gonna provide this in a second, but let's have a fallback. So avatar fallback, and the fallback is just going to have the text of AB. So if we go back now, we should see that text AB. That's if we have our application up and running, which we don't. So let's go on and restart our application using npm run dev, and now we don't have any image. We should see this fallback. And after this avatar, we are going to have another div. Now let's quickly reload our application, and let's see the progress we have made so far. So here we see AB, which is this drop down menu trigger. So we're going to add the content for the drop down menu. So inside this div, still inside this drop down menu trigger. So actually it's not inside the drop down menu trigger. It's going to be outside the drop down menu trigger. So here we're going to have our drop down menu content, should be imported from our components. And this content, I'm going to style it. I'm going to give it a class name of width 72. And for the content, it's going to be let's have this drop down label. So drop down menu label. So this one, where is it? So this label, and this label is going to have this div, and this div, let's style it class name of flex space x4 here. And here we are going to have another avatar, so we can just copy this and paste it inside of this div. Okay, so everything the same. So for now we would not have the source. I'm gonna provide it in a second. And after the fallback and this avatar here, so still inside this div, we are going to have another div. So this is the drop down menu content, so the contents of the drop down. So here I'm gonna give this div a class name of flex, give it a flex colon, give this a space y3 like this, and give this a text base. So inside this div we are going to have this span, which is going to have two paragraphs. So the first one is going to be code with lari, and the second one is just going to be at code with lari. You can definitely use your name in this section or your YouTube name. And after this span, we are going to have a link which is going to go to the channel. So here I'm going to add the text of your channel, and here inside this link gonna have this href, which is actually going to be dynamic, but for now we can go to /channels like this. We would come back to this link and we can style it. So give this a class name of text blue 500. Okay, so just after this div, which is holding up the span and the link, we are going to have the separator. So just after this label, let's have this drop down menu separator like this. And here we just want to have this our theme toggle for our desktop. So here I'm going to give this a class name of p2 and flex items center. Okay, and inside this div we are going to have this span, and this span is going to have this class name of margin right of 2, and here we can have the text appearance, and the value is going to be the theme toggle. Okay, so everything should be fine. Let's come back to the application. Let's give it a reload and let's click on this. Now we see this, so we see the code with lari and we see view channel, and if we click on this toggle, we should be able to toggle between the light and the dark theme. Great, so everything is working fine up to this point. So let's come back to the application. And are we missing out anything? Yep, we need to provide this avatar source for this component and this avatar image component. So I already have provided my YouTube channel profile image ahead of time. You could use any image of your choice, and I'm gonna just drop this inside this public folder here. So this image, you can definitely use any image of your choice. And to link this up here, this is going to, I gave it the name of channel profile. I'm just going to copy this name, and here you can just go to /. It's automatically going to look into the profile, the public, and you just paste this in here. And I'm going to paste it. Where do we have it again? I'm going to paste it in here. And for the alt, I'm just going to go with code with lari like this and use the same in here. So now if we save this, we should no longer see the placeholder, we should see this text over here. Okay, so next let's go work on the side navigation menu. I'm gonna remove this and we can work on the side navigation. So we're gonna have different side navigation layouts, and that's why if we come over to the app here, you see we have this layout, and this layout holds the top navigation, and this top navigation is going to be visible on the entire screen, on the entire page. But now if we come over to the main, so here and we don't have any layout, we just have the page. We are going to have another layout in this section, which is going to have the side navigation bar. So here we're going to have a layout.tsx, and this layout is going to let's export default. We can call it any layout, maybe main layout, like this. So this is the function body, and here this main layout is going to be receiving, we are destructuring children prop here, and this is going to be of type object where we have children, and children, we forgot the function keyword, that's why we're having errors. And children is going to be of type react react node, like this. And we don't have any errors, so here we just go on and return empty fragment. But the idea, first we're going to have this main tag and the div, and in here we're going to have the children, so the page that falls under this main layout here. And here in the main, we are going to style it, give it a class name of, on medium devices, give it a padding to the left of 60, and give it a padding to the top of 36 here. Now the idea for doing this, if we come back to the application, we see this has moved further to this, so this YouTube clone is so that we can render our side navigation component here. And the side navigation component is going to be blocking this logo and also this icon. So let's get started with it already. If we come over to our components here, let's create a sidebar.tsx file. And here we can just have this layout like this. And we can already import this sidebar component inside of our layout. So here, just outside this main, I'm going to have the sidebar, which will come from our components. And I want to give this a class name, which will throw an error because for now we are not expecting the props. But I want to translate x0, and you're going to know why, or see why I'm giving it this class name by the time we start building out the layout. So let's get started with it. In our sidebar.tsx here, let's accept the prop and the prop of class name, and this is going to be of type prop. And here let's define the props. So here we can have this type props, which is equal to this object. Actually I'll use an interface because we need to extend. So here I'm going to have this interface props. This is going to be extending the react.html attributes, and here we can say it's extending the HTML div element here. Great, so what do we have now? So here we're going to render a scroll area. Why? Because this sidebar, this list can grow over time. So to avoid styling issues, we are going to be installing the scroll area, also coming from Shadcn UI. We're going to be adding it to our project. So if we come here, we should see the scroll area. So this is what we just need. I'm going to copy this, the installation guide, and come back to application and paste it in here. So rather than have this div, I'm going to have the scroll area. We don't have auto completion yet. So scroll area coming from our UI, and let's restart our application. So here I'm just going to change this to come from /components UI scroll area, and I want to customize this to have this class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic. Our import cn, which will come from our libs utility, this was, remember, generated for us. And here we are going to give this some default class names, and I'll just have a comma here to make use of the class name that we are passing from here via props. And the default class name, quite long. I'm going to give this a height of screen, a width of 60. I'm going to display this fixed and make it important. give this a class name of hidden, and on medium devices display it as block. Give this a top of 0, and on dark theme I'm going to give this a BG of black. Okay, and on dark theme I'm going to give it a text white so that everything is in sync, and by default it's going to have a white background and black text. Okay, so I want to translate X, so not 0. I want to translate X full, okay, and full means minus 100%, and that's why in this layout I'm translating X by 0. And what this means is it's just going to go on and display this component, okay, not shifting it to the left. We're going to see this in action, and for some animation for sliding in, I'm going to give this a transition transform, and also give this some duration of 500 milliseconds. So that's the class name for the scroll area. And inside the scroll area, we are going to first have we're first going to have this div. And for styling, this is going to have a px of 5. This is going to be flex. This is going to have items center. And let's have a link, which will come from next link. And for the class name, this is going to have class name of flex, item center space x2. Okay, and for href, this is just going to come to the home page. And inside this link, we are going to have our YouTube coming from Lucid React, and give this a size of 48 as we had previously, and also give this a text red of 700. Sorry, it has to be class name, text red 700, like this. And here we are going to have this span tag, and this span is going to have this class name of text to XL and the font bold. So here we're just gonna have the text YouTube like this. All right, so let's save, let's come back, and let's reload our application, and we should see this sidebar component just somewhere around here, and it should cover this menu and this logo that we have. So this is our sidebar component here. Let's toggle our theme. We see it here looking good. So let's continue, and after that we are going to have some navigation menu items. Okay, I'm gonna actually copy and paste this because it's quite long and I don't want to bore you out, and it's just mostly some static data. So it's just made up of so many static data, and we can walk through it together. So I'm gonna paste it in here. Yes, we have some errors, but we are going to be importing it. And for the walkthrough, you see here we have this div, and this div just has this h2 of discover. Again, please, I have attached the GitHub repository to the project. So if you just come to component sidebar in the GitHub, you can just copy it and paste in the code, just as I have here. And here we have button. We can import it from UI button. I'm just going to change it to /component like this. And here I'm just going to, inside this button, we have this home tag, home icon, which will be coming from Lucid React. We also have this other icon, which is a static data, come from Lucid React. This as well from Lucid React. And this separator is going to be coming from Shadcn UI, our own component. Okay. And where is it? Okay, it's actually coming from Lucid React. And what do we have here? We have this user cycle, should be coming from Lucid React. Also this, this is just a bunch of static data we use for the side navigation. Same for the monitor play, should come from Lucid React. This as well should come from Lucid React. And for the separator, now this actually should be coming from, where should it be coming from? The separator should be coming from our components library. So here, we don't have it yet. Maybe we should then go on and install the separator. I thought we had it actually. So this separator, Let's come over here and install it in our project. So I'm going to open up the terminal, I'll quit and paste this separator in here. And here we just have this subscription, and here we have this text here. So let's import this separator coming from our UI separator, and we can safely restart our development server. Okay, so here, where did we have the separator? I think I'm just going to copy this separator, and here where we have this separator horizontal, nope, that was not what we needed. We actually needed our own separator here. Again, you would have this code with the correct imports and all of that. So you see here, we are referencing this next public channel ID in our env, and that's just for your channel, which will definitely lead us to a 404 page at the moment. So it's all fine, and every other thing here is a bunch of static data. All right, so let's reload our YouTube clone application and see what we have going so far, and if everything is working as fine and as we expected. So great, this is what we have going. And if we come over to our light mode, this is what we see. So everything is working fine. And where do we go next? I'm just going to go to the mobile view. Again, this is just for coming from some extension. And if we come over to the mobile view, you see our application is responsive. And if we click on this, we should have the modal. And if we type a text or anything, we should see it here in the console, and we can also exit the modal here. Okay, so everything is working great. Now we can work on the footer menu. Okay, so we just try to round up work on the layout, and then we can go into data fetching. So let's work on the footer menu, and the footer menu is going to be coming from our overall layout here. So to work on it, let's come back to application. I'm just going to close everything we have here and come into the the components, and in here I'm going to have this footer menu .tsx file. Okay, and I'm just going to bootstrap this, get rid of the React.js import, and I'm just going to bring it in here to our app, our layout.tsx. Just after the top navigation, we can import the footer menu. This footer menu is only going to be visible on the mobile screen and not on the desktop screen. So let's fix it. So here I'm going to use the footer tag for HTML semantics. Give this a BG of white, and on dark give this a BG of black, and on medium devices says hidden, and give this a text of 8 pixels. So a dynamic 8 pixels. If we hover on it, we should see font size 8 pixels. And give this a height of 14, display fixed. Give this a width full, display of flex, items center, justify around. Give this a bottom of 0 and a left of 0 and a Z index of 20. So inside this footer menu, let's have the different links. So first we are going to have this div, and the class name is going to be flex, flex call, items center, and here we're going to have this home coming from Lucid React like this, and here we can just have the span tag, and here we display the text of home. And after this, we can come here. After this div, we can have another div. It is the same class name, so I can just copy this and use this here. And this time around is going to have this file video coming from Lucid React, and this span here we just display the text of shorts. So I think we can bring this maybe 2 more times, and the next one is going to be for plus circle, but it's not going to be in a div. So here we can just have this plus circle coming from the seed React. So here, and after that we can have this monitor play coming from the seed React, and here we can have the text of subscriptions. And after that, what next do we have? We have a link. So I'm just going to cut this, and here we have a link coming from next link. Okay, and here inside this link I'm gonna give it a href, which is going to go to /channels. Okay, and then the channel ID from process.env. For now I'll just leave it like this, and let's style it. Let's give this a class name of flex call and items center. Okay, and here we are going to have our avatar component coming from our UI, and I'm going to change the import to come from @/components like this, and just separate it from here. And this avatar is going to have this class name of width 6 and also a height of 6. And inside this avatar we are going to just display the avatar callback, no image. So here avatar fallback, avatar fallback like this, and here just have the text of A, and here have a span tag that says U. So let's save this and let's see what we have going. Now this is going to be visible alone on the mobile screen. So if we come over to the mobile view, we see all of these. Now this last one here is broken. Let's quickly fix it. So here we have the link, and the link goes to this. So it's flex call, items center. And here we have the avatar, and this should definitely be outside the avatar. So let's save this, and we see everything is looking great, just as we want it for our YouTube clone. So let's resize, and this is what we have going. Now we can go into the world of data fetching, and rather than display YouTube clone here, we want to actually go on and display YouTube components there. So let's come back here to our application. I'm gonna get rid of everything, and here in our main page.tsx we have the YouTube clone here. So to fetch data, we are going to be making use of the use SWR hook, and it's a preferred choice because it comes with some caching, which we're going to see in action. So npm install use SWR like this. So it's a hook, and we are going to be making use of it here. Sorry, not use SWR. So we just need to install SWR hook. Alright, so it should install this time around, and let's restart our application. So let's start by marking this as a client component. So making use of the use client directive here, and in here we are going to be managing some states. So we're going to say use state, and this is going to be have a default text of all, and this all you're going to see is going to be more like used as a search query. So here we're going to have a badge, and here set badge like this. And to fetch the data, making use of the use SWR hook, we can have this const, which we are going to destructure from use SWR, should be imported. And here we call this, so it needs a key, and this key should be a unique key for caching purposes. So here I'm going to go to fetch videos. This is the key for caching purposes, and here I'm going to have the badge. Okay, so it's going to be unique for each badge, and here we can have this fetcher. Okay, so this fetcher, I'm going to have it in line here as a callback function, And we're going to define a function that is going to help us to fetch the data. Now here, we're going to have the data, and this data we can call video results. And we're also going to have our error, and we're going to have its loading state. Now to have this function here, I'm just going to have it like this for now. So to define this function, I'm going to come over to the source folder, and here where we have our lib folder, I'm going to create a new folder for our API. And this folder I will call api.ts. So let's write our data fetching logic here. I'm going to export this async function. And this function, we can call it fetch videos. And it needs a parameter, so the actual query. And the type is going to be a string. And I also want to customize the maximum results. So because I don't want to fetch all the videos, so the maximum results is going to be of type number. And in here, we can have our try catch block. And our try block, we are going to be making use of Nextjs. So let's have Nextjs installed, npm install Nextjs. So we're going to get our data, which is going to be await Nextjs. We don't get auto completion. So let's import Nextjs coming from Nextjs like this. So Nextjs, and then there's going to be a get request. It needs the URI. Okay, so for the URL, I will have some constants here and call this base underscore URL. And this is going to be coming from our process.env. And there we're going to have our next public. It's important to have this next public because then we are fetching the data on the client. So base underscore URL. If you are fetching on the server, you wouldn't need this next public. Okay, that's just the way it works with Next.js. And here we're going to also have our API key, which is going to come from our process.env. And then we have our next underscore public. And here we can call it underscore API underscore key. So how do we get this API key? Let's come over to application. All right, so if we come over to console.cloud.google.com, and here you see I already have a project I created. So let's create a new project together. And here I'm just going to click on new project, and I'm going to give this project a name. I already have a project with the name of YouTube clone. I think I do. I'm just going to call this 2 or something, and you can leave the default. So I'm going to click on create, and here you see the application is currently being created. So this one here, and now it's done. I'm just going to select this project, and where is it? I'm going to click on it, and here I think we are already in the project. You can verify from this drop down. All right, so what do we want to do? We want to come here and we want to come to API and services, and we want to click on enable API and services. Okay, so let it load up. Give it a second for it to load. And the idea is for us to enable the YouTube API and services, because any API we want to use, we have to enable it. So we are here. I'm just going to click on enable API and services. And this should take us to a screen where we search for the particular API. So go on and search for YouTube, and hit enter. So it goes on to search, and we want to use this. So the YouTube data API version 3. So go on and click on this, and this is going to, you can click on documentation. You see how it works and the terms of service. And if you click on try this API, you'll be redirected to another page. And this page, you will see the API reference on how all the different API methods you can call. So you see the API method and you see what you get back in response. So we're going to be making use of this API endpoint to fetch the videos and all of that stuff. So this is the API, and we are going to be making use of it, and you can see the JSON format structure that you'll be getting back. All right, so let's I would exit off here and just click on enable so that we can go on to create the credentials for making use of the YouTube data API version 3. So we are going to get our API. So now this is enabled, we should come over to the credentials panel over here. So click on this credentials panel and you should be redirected to the screen. And here we click on create credentials. And what credential we want to create? We want to create this API key. Okay, and this is going to create or generate our API key. And once it's done, we can just copy this and come back to our application. And we should store this in our env. So we don't have an env yet. Two ways we can name our env. We can name .env, and if you come to git ignore, you see it's actually looking out for .env.local. So let's add our own env here, and it should be grayed out now. So is it grayed out? Nope, it's not grayed out because we have not initialized git in our project, but once we have git initialized, it will definitely be grayed out. So I'm going to paste this in here, and I'll copy this API key. So next public API key, and use this in here and save. So next we need our base URL. I'm gonna copy this as well. Come over to the env, and in the env I'm going to just paste it in there. And for the base URL, the base URL is equal to https, and here / we have www.googleapis.com /YouTube /version 3. Now we can save this and we can continue with our api.ts file. So here in our try block, for the get request, we are going to go to / and then we can use our $sign and inject our base _ URL. And next we can have this / which is going to take the search, and this parameter we can say key is going to be equal to, and now we can have our API key like this. And so we say and the query, so Q is going to be equal to the query that this function receives. So here we can have the query, and we can come here and have the order. So we want to order it by date. Okay, and we will also want to have some maximum results. So here we have max results, and max result is going to be equal to max results like this, which is coming in from this function. And we just add the type. So and type is going to be equal to video, and we can say path is equal to snippet like this. All right, so this is the base URL, and here we can get the data. In case of any errors down here, we are just going to log it to the console. So console.log error fetching video. Okay, and we should also attach the error, and we want to throw a new error. So we're just going to throw the error here. All right, so if everything goes fine, we are going to continue here, and we have our current videos, which is going to be of type an array of videos, a type we don't have yet. So we are going to go on and define the type. And if we come to our root folder here, I'm just going to create a new folder called types. And inside this, I'm going to have a new file, which I'll call custom_types_ts. So here we are going to have our own custom type. So let's export this type, and for our video, which is going to be this object. A video is going to have an ID property, which is of type string, and it's also going to have a title, which is also a string, a description, which is also a string. We have the thumbnail, which is also a string. We have the view count, and the view count of the video is also going to be a string. We have the channel, which is going to be an object. So from the channel, we can have the channel ID of type string, and the channel title, which is also of type string, the channel image, which is also of type string, and lastly, we can have the published date, and the published date is also of type string. Now, this is the video format we actually need to work with our UI, so on our page here. And to continue, if we come to the api.ts, this should be videos. So videos like this, and this should be videos, and here this should be videos. All right, so okay, so this is our URL. We should please remove this trailing slash here. Remember, this base URL is coming from our env, and this is our base URL, so we shouldn't go on to add this slash here. So that's what we did earlier when we had this slash. Please do go and take it off, my mistake. So we can say this videos is going to be an array of videos. We can just add the video and import it from our own custom type. All right, so I would like us to log this to the console before we proceed. So you just see the type of data that we get back. And let's restart our server, npm run dev. And in our page.tsx here, this function is going to go on and call the fetch videos function. That will be coming from our lib. It needs a query. Then we're going to pass the badge. So in this case, it's going to be all. And then the maximum results, we say we need 9. So let's log this to the console. We shouldn't be seeing anything actually, because this is not returning anything. So let's just return an empty object. But we are much more interested in this data that we see here. And we can reload our application and open up our terminal to be sure that we have done everything correctly. We get undefined because it's loading, and we get the empty object. But here you see the response, and you see the response is in these items, and these items is an array where we have this and the ID is the the video ID is in the ID property, and here we have snippets with all these data that we need. So you see thumbnails is inside these mediums. So it's always a good practice to log to the console so that you're sure of the format of data you are working with. So here we have the videos. I want to format it to this type here, and to do that I would come back to the api.ts, and here I'll have a for loop so that I can loop through each result. And that's why it was important that I return maximum quantity, so I don't return all the videos that we have. So this is going to become video of, remember it's in the items property, we just saw it where we have this array. So this array here, so data.items, and here we are going to take the video ID. So const video ID. Video ID is going to be equal to the video.id.video ID. So we are looking at video.id. Where is it? So items dot video ID. So this ID here. And after that, we also want to get access to the video title, and the video title is also going to be video.snippet.title. And next we need a video description, which is going to be equal to video.snippet.description. And what do we need next? We need a video thumbnail, which is going to be equal to the video.snippet thumbnails dot medium, because we have high dot URL. So if we come back to the browser, here we have thumbnails dot medium, and here we have the URL property. You can use the default, so you can use high. I'll just go with medium. And this is it. So let's construct a URL to get the video details. So the details regarding a specific video. So video details is going to be equal to this dynamic string. First we need a base underscore URL, and this will go to slash videos, and this square parameter where we say the key. And now we need our API underscore key, and we can chain for the ID. So where ID is going to be equal to the video $, so video ID. And we also want to say, and then we say path is equal to snippet, and here we have statistics. Okay, hope there is no typo. Please double check. So we have the base URL and then videos, the key, the API key, and the ID, the video ID, and path is equal to snippet. There is a typo, so snippet, and here we have statistics. So here we have the URL to fetch our video details. Let's go on and get this data, which we can call video data, and this is going to be awaiting Nextjs.get, and we can pass the video details URL. So I'm just going to update this to the video details URL like this. So after this, we can go on to get the view count from this video data. You feel free to log this to the console, and we want to get the view count, and the view count is going to be equal to the video data. Here we have items, okay, which is an array. We take the first one, the statistics, and we have the view count property like this. Okay, and after the view count, we also need a channel ID, which is going to be equal to the video, the snippet, and there we have the channel ID. Okay, so let's get the channel URL. Let's construct one. So channel details URL, which is going to be equal to the first, we're going to start again with our base URL /channels, and here we have a query parameter for the key, and the key is our API underscore key, and we'll also want to chain where the ID is going to be equal to the channel ID. And lastly, we'll say and path is equal to snippet. All right, so we have the channel details URL, and from this we can go on to fetch details about the channel. So we have data, which will give us the channel data, which is awaiting Nextjs.get, and we can pass the channel details URL here. So this gives us the channel data, and we finally can go on to have a channel title, because we need to display the channel title on the home page. So we have our channel data.items again, take the first element and the .snippet.title like this. And after this, we also need the channel image, which is going to be channel data.items, snippet, and thumbnails. Please no typo. You can also check the GitHub. We have the code there, and .url. And next we can lastly get a published date. So const published date, it's gonna be equal to the video.snippet.published at like this. So let's go on and push this into the videos. So here, remember, we have this videos array. We want to push this formatted videos into it. So we can say videos.push, and we want to push this object. So we have the ID. The ID is going to be the video ID, and the title is going to be the video title. We also want to push the description, which is going to be the video description. We also want to push the thumbnail, which is going to be equal to the video thumbnail. We also want to push the view count, which is going to reference this view count here. And we also want to push the channel, And the channel, remember, is an object. So the channel ID will reference this channel ID we have here. And next, we're going to have the channel title, which is going to reference what we have above. And then the channel image is going to reference the channel image. So lastly, the publish date, we just have it here. So after our publish date, rather than return an object, we want to return these videos that now has all these properties that we need. So let's restart our application, npm run dev, save this. And now in our page, video results should have our actual video results formatted the way we want if we don't have any typos here. So please, I just advise you copy and paste the source code here so that you don't have any typos here. And in case of any errors, I will just log to the console error.response. So error.response.data like this, and just give this error of type any. So let's save and let's reload our application. I'm going to clear this and reload the browser. I'm just going to refresh and let's keep an eye here. And we should see our video logged to the console. We don't see any error. We don't see our video. Let's give it a second. And soon enough, if we did anything rightly, we should see our console printed, our results printed to the console. We don't see anything here. And let's be sure we are returning videos, and here we are logging to the console. So we should have this printed. Let's reload our application and we get undefined. Okay, totally fine. And we should see our results. So initially you can get undefined if it's in the loading state, and then when it's done loading, we should see our result. And here is our result. Great. So we have this with our channel ID, the description, and all the details we need to render on our user interface. So that is working as expected. I'm just going to quit the server for now. And now we are sure we're having our video results. Let's display. So rather than have this empty fragment, I'm going to have this div and give this a class name of px of 2. Give it on medium devices a padding to the left of, let's say, 252 pixels. And here I'm going to give this display of fixed, a top of 16. Okay. And give this a py of 2 and give this a left of 0 and give this a full screen. So width screen, a full width, a z index of 20, and on dark theme I want this to be having the bg black, and by default that's on the white theme is going to have a bg white, and this is going to contain the search badge component. We're going to come back to this component and I'm actually going to return our empty fragment. So after this, we are going to now have the div that is going to have our video results. So I'm just going to give it a class name of flex and flex wrap. So inside this div, we can check first if we have our video results. If it's true, then we want to go on and map through it, and we are going to have this callback function where we get each video, and then we want to return another component. So we haven't defined this component yet, so let's go on and define this component, and this is going to be our video thumbnail component. So here in our components folder, I'll create a new file. I'll just call this thumbnail.tsx. So here let's have this component. I'm going to get rid of this, save this, and here I'm just going to have the thumbnail components coming from our components folder. We have an error obviously, but we can pass the key. The key is going to be the video ID, and we're going to pass the video, which is going to be equal to the video. We definitely have an error because we are not expecting props in this thumbnail. So let's go give it the props that it needs. So here we can just destructor video, and we have error. So the props is going to be an object where we're going to be expecting video. Video is going to be of type video coming from our costume type. So here in this thumbnail, Rather than return a div, I'm going to return a link coming from next link, and the href is going to take us to the actual video page. So which is going to be slash, where is it, backtick slash watch, and we're going to go to the video ID. So for slash, we want to embed the video.id here. We don't have this page, so expect when we click, we're going to have go to the 404 page, which is totally fine for now. And let's style this card, because this link is going to be a card. We're going to give it a width of 320 pixels. We're also going to give it MX Auto. And on medium devices, I'm going to give this a width of 350 pixels. Also give this a margin to the y-axis of 4. So inside this link, what do we have? We are going to have this div, and this div, we are going to have this image, which will be coming from next image. Okay, I'm just going to reorder this to the top. And in this image, let's give it a prop, so it needs the source. And the source is going to be the video thumbnail, so video.thumbnail. It also needs the alt, which is going to be the video.title. It also needs the width. I'll just give it a width of 500 as well as a height of 500. And before we style this image component, I would like to first of all style this div. So this div is going to have the height of 52, overflow of hidden, and rounded to XL. And I'll give it a BG slate of 300. All right, so for this image, we are going to give it a width full, also give it a height full, and object cover, not contain, object cover. And on hover, I want to scale. So I'm going to scale this by 110 like this. Give it a transition all. Where is it? So transition all. And I'm also going to give this a transition duration of 700. Just a subtle hover animation we're going to get when we hover on this image. We can test it out already. So if we save this and restart our application, npm run dev, and here we are already making use of this thumbnail component. So let's reload our application, and we should see our thumbnail. Also, we should see our search badge here, which is also going to be its own component that we are going to use to update this. But for now, we are focusing on building out the thumbnail component. So if we come back here, it's definitely loading. We are going to have our loading component, which is going to be updating whenever we are loading, so that we can have the wonderful UI. But for now, we just hope to see it reflect over time. No worries, we are going to have a loading, which is going to give us a hint. So for now, we see the search badge and we don't see our component, and we actually get an error, which is a justified error. And the error is quite explanatory because it was trying to display the image, but now we see the host name. This host name is not configured under images in our next config. So if we come over to the documentation, which I think there is a change because it's Next.js 14, and before, you know how we would do it in Next.js 13, and the way to fix it is just by coming here and just copying this, you know, in our next config. So I'm going to copy this object here, and let's come back to I'm going to quit our terminal because whenever we make changes to our next config, we just have to reload our application. So this next config, we should have these images. Can I paste it in? Yes. So for the URL it complained about, I'm going to copy this URL. Okay, this host name, and the protocol is HTTPS. So it's HTTPS actually. And the host name, I'm going to just paste this in, and all of these, I'm going to let go of it. So reload and restart our application using npm run dev, and we should be good to go. All right, so while that's loading up, we can already reload our local host, and I'll get rid of this. So let's come back here and let's give it some time to reload, and now we should see our image without any errors. So let's give it a second for it to load, and yeah, we see our image, so it's still loading up, and we see this. So this is we fetching our image component and displaying, which should already be fully responsive as we can see here. So this is working fine as we expected. So we are not done yet. So for that, I am just going to quit our terminal, and let's add more or display more. Rather than just display the image, we're going to have this div here. And for the class name, I'm going to give this a class name of flex, give it space x2, and I'm going to give this a py of 3, so to have a padding on the y-axis. So here we're going to have our avatar, which should be imported from our UI avatar, and let's update this. Rather than UI, I would rather have it come from same place, but now using @/components. And this avatar is, next we're going to have our avatar image. Just add a children prop inside this avatar. So let's import it from our components, and this is going to be a self-closing tag. The source is going to be dynamic, obviously, and it also needs an alt. So for the source, what are we going to pass here? We're going to pass the video.channel and the channel image. So that's why we edited the API, and the alt is going to also be the channel title. So it's going to be the video.channel.channel title like this. And we also need a fallback. So avatar fallback coming from our components, and the fallback, I'll just go with text AB. And after this avatar, we are going to have another div to show the video title, the channel title, and also the view count. So let's style it, give this a display of flex, and we want it to be flex call for the direction. And here first we can have a h4 that we give this class name of scroll. So how did I get this? I actually got it from Shadcn UI. If we come over to Shadcn UI to the components, and here, or you can scroll down and you can see typography. Where is it? Do we have anything? Let's search for it here. So here, let's search for typography. And once we search, we can see that it's actually loading up. We can see H1, H2, and H3. So you can come over here, the code, and grab any code of your choice here. Okay, you can also see H4 and come here and grab any typography of your choice. So come back to the application. I'm just going to paste this in here, and here I'm going to remove this text, and inside here I'm going to have the video.title, and I don't want to display all the title. I want to have a substring on the title, and I want to take the first 60 characters of the video title. Okay, so rather than have text extra large, I want to have a text large, and the font not semi-bold, a font bold, and every other thing remains the same. And next we're going to have a paragraph tag, and this paragraph we need to style it. I'll give it a text extra small and give this a text background dark. Okay, and I'll give this on dark theme. I want to give it a text background light. And lastly, I think that is it. And inside here, we're going to have the video.channel.channel title. And lastly, we are going to have a div, and this div is going to show the count and also the published date. Now we can't display the count like that. We need to format the count, so to display it in case we have 1000 views or anything like that. But first, let's style this div. We'll give it a display of flex text SM, and give this dark theme. I want it to have a text background of light. Okay, and I want it to have a text background of dark by default. So for now, we can leave it empty. Is our terminal up and running? Nope. So let's get our application up and running using npm run dev. And next, we just save this, and let's reload our application. So I'm gonna reload our application, and we should now see much more content here. rather than these, and let's give it some time to load. No worries, after this we are going to be working on our loading component and our error component, and we can display a nice loading element. So this is the content here, and we see the channel thumbnail, we see the video description, but we want to show more information rather than what we just currently have, and we want to show information about the count and also for the published dates. So here we are going to have a function which is going to help us to format the counts, and to have this function we can come to our lib in our utils.tsx. I'm going to export this function, and this function we can call format count, and this is going to take the view count, okay, which is of type string, of type number, and it's going to return a string like this. So let's say if the view count that we have here, if this is less than 1000, then we are going to return that view count just like that. We are going to return the view count, and we can call toString on the view count. Okay, so we can have another else if block here and check if the view count. So else if the view count is less than, and now we can check if it's less than 1 million. Okay, so if that is the case, then we can go on and return the view count, and now we can divide it by 1000, and we can call to fixed, and here we say 1 fraction digit, and we want to add k for, let's say, 1k views or something like that. And lastly, we can go on to return the view count, and we're going to divide it by 1 million like this. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6, yeah, and we can call to fixed like this, and we want to call 1 fraction digit, and we want to add m for million like this. So this is the format count that we have here. I'm going to save this, and I'm going to import this format count in here. So here, let's go on and have the format count. What did we call? So export from, yep, format count. So I would paste it in here and let the IDE help me import it from our lib. It needs a view count, which should be of type number. So remember the view count we have. So if we go to video.view count, it's of type string. So yeah, we just add this plus to convert it to a number type. If we come back here, we should see, this is just 116k views. This is 96. This is 464, and we have everything properly formatted here. All right, so let's continue. And after the view count, we also want to format the publish date. So back in our utility, I'm going to export function, and I'm going to tell this function, call this function format published date like this, and this is going to take the published date, which is going to be of type string, and it's also going to return a string like this. And here, let's get the current date so that we can, go on to format the published date in relative to the current date. So this is going to be new date, and we can say published. So the date it was published, and the date it was published is going to be equal to the new date, and we're going to pass notice new date, and we're going to pass the published date in here. All right, so now we have this. Let's also get the number of seconds, so we can call this seconds ago, which is going to be math.floor, and math.floor is going to take the current date. Okay, and we can say the current date dot get time like this, and we want to subtract this from the published dot get time like this, and the final result is going to be divided by 1000 here. So this is going to give us the number of seconds ago this video was published. So we can check if the seconds ago is less than 60. Then in that case, we are going to return a string, and the string is going to say, we're going to say seconds ago. And here we can add second, and here we can say seconds ago if it's equal to 1. So if that is true, then we're going to just return an empty string. Otherwise, we're going to return s like this, and we shouldn't forget to put ago here. Okay, and we are going to have another else if block, and this time around we want to check if the second ago is less than 3600. So if that is the case, we want to go on and also now work for minutes. So this is for second, next is for minutes, and next is going to be for hour, day, month, and year. All right, so else if we are going to do it, we have this if it's less than, we just need to go on and return. I will copy this and we're going to edit it here. So we're going to return, we need to get the minutes ago. So here, minutes ago is going to be equal to math.floor. And we are going to get the seconds ago and divide it by 60. So this is going to give us the minutes ago. So we're going to return minutes ago, and here rather than second, we're going to have the text minutes, and here we're going to pass minutes ago, check if it is equal to 1, we return an empty string. Otherwise we will just have s, and here we say ago. Okay, so next we are going to check if it is hours ago, so else if, and here we're going to check if seconds ago is less than 86,400. So if that is the case, I am going to copy what we have here and paste it in here. So here we're going to get not minutes ago is now going to be hours ago. So here, so hours ago is going to be equal to math.floor, and math.floor we're going to take seconds ago and divide it by 3600 here, and we're going to return hours ago, and here rather than minutes we're going to have hour, and here hour ago is equal to 1, return an empty string. Otherwise we return this. Great. So up next we are going to check if the seconds ago, and for the date we're going to check for the days is going to be 259, and here we have 2000, so 2,592,000 like this. So if this is the case here, what are we going to do? Are we missing something? This should be else if. All right, so let's copy this, and we're going to paste, copy and paste it in here. So rather than minutes ago, we are going to check for, we just finished checking for hours, and after hours, we need to check for days. So this is going to be days ago. So if this is equal to math.floor seconds ago divided by, divided by not 60, but 86,400 like this. If that's the case, we are going to return not minutes ago, we are going to return days ago, and here we return day, and here we have days ago equal to 1. Here everything remains the same. So we're just going to quickly round it up for next we're going to have is, I think I should just have the else if like this. Next we're going to have for months. Okay, this is for days, and after days, months. So we can check again like this, 3153600, and here we are going to, I'm just going to copy this here and paste it in here. So next we are checking for months. So this is days, and after days we are going to check for months here. So here rather than days ago, this is going to be months ago, and math.floor seconds ago divided by 2592000, and here we just have months ago like this. And lastly for years, we're just going to have this else block and say years ago is going to be equal to math.floor, and math.floor we're going to pass the seconds ago, and then we're going to divide by 3153600, 1000. Okay, so this gives us years ago, and I will copy this and paste it in here. So rather than months ago, we are going to return years ago and change this. I'm gonna return years ago, so this, and rather than day, we're gonna have years here, and that means here we have been missing it for here. This is going to be months, and then this is going to be day. All right, so let's save this, and now we can come back to the page, and in the page we are going to work with this format published date, not data, date like this. So let's copy this and come back to our thumbnail component, and in our thumbnail component just here, I'm just going to paste this in. All right, and format date should be imported from libs, and this format date needs a published date, which is going to be video.published date. And here I'm going to have these dots, which will come from Lucid React. Okay, and I'm just going to give this some spacing like this. So let's see if our import is well formatted. I will send this to the top and save this. So let's come back to application and see if we haven't blown it up. Great, so you see it works fine. And all these, we are filtering by ascending order. If we come to our api.ts here, you will see we are ordering by date. Okay, so automatically it just goes on to fetch the latest videos for us, and that is all good. So now we have these. Before we continue, we can now go on to work on our before we come to this batch component, we can work on two components. The first component is going to be our error component, so in case we have any errors while fetching our data. And the next component we are going to be working on is going to be our loading component. So let's start with the error component, and this error component needs to be defined in our layout. So here, so in our app, I'm just going to create a new file. So in our app here, and this is going to be error.tsx, which automatically is going to be our error boundary. And if we throw an error here, the idea is for us to give the user display a helpful error message to the user, and also give the user the opportunity to try to reload. Maybe it's for some network connection errors. And here we mark it as use client. It has to be a client component, and we are going to make use of the button component. So let's go on and import the button, which is going to come from our button component. And we also need to import use effect, not like this. So import use effect, which will be coming from React. I'm going to rearrange this, and we should be fine. All right, so let's export our default function. And this function, we are going to call it error like this. And here we have our function body. So this is going to receive some props. We are going to receive the error prop here, and we are also going to receive a reset prop here. And the type of this is going to be this object where we have error. And this error type is going to be of type the global error object. And we are going to add another type, and this can also have an optional digest property, which is going to be of type string. So digest like this, which is going to be of type string. So after this, for the reset, this reset is going to be of type a function that is just going to return void. And inside this error boundary, we can have our use effect, and here have our dependency array, which is going to be the actual error. And here we are just going to log this error to the console.log error, or we can just explicitly say console.error, and here we have error. And after this, let's return a div, and this div is going to have the class name of grid, and here place content center, and it's going to take the full screen width as well as the height. And in here we can have this paragraph, which we're going to display the error message. So for class name, I'll give this a class name of font semi bold and text to XL. and a margin to the bottom of 3 like this. And here we are going to display the error.message. And after this paragraph, we are going to have a button to just help the user or give the user an opportunity to try again. And we are going to have the text try again here. Alright, so inside this button, we are going to give this a variant, not value, variant. And the variant is going to be destructive, more like a red button. And for the class name, I wanted to fit the content, so fit with fit. Okay, and I'm going to give this an MX of auto so that it is positioned in the center. And remember, we have this reset button, this reset function. So here we can just say on click of this function, we are going to have this callback function where we call reset like this. So let's save it, restart our application, and we don't have an error for now. So that means we have to fake that we have an error. So let's reload our application. And if there are no errors, everything should be fine. So for us to fake we have an error, I'm going to come to the main page.tsx and I want to fake that we have an error here. So in this page, I can just throw a new error and say cannot fetch data. So cannot fetch data, just for us to see what happens if we actually have an error. So I'll save this, and now we should see our error. Our page should blow up. So let's reload and our page should blow up. Yep, it does. And you see here cannot fetch data. That is the actual error message that we are logging here. And if I add a few dots, you see it here. And you can click here, you see where the error is actually coming from. So line 17, that's where we are trying the error. And we give the user the opportunity to try again. So I'm just going to get this off, and we should see our application working fine. And now we have that in place. That means we can come here in our page and we can say if we have an error, then we are just gonna throw, where is it, throw a new error, and the error is going to say error fetching video data. So error fetching video data like this, and we are good to go. So now we need to make use of this is loading here. So our application is working fine. And same, we are going to come to our root layout. So here in our app, here I'm going to have this loading.tsx file here. And for loading, we're going to use this collecting component that is going to come from Shadcn UI. So in order for us to get it, let's come back to the browser and Google Shadcn UI, and now come to the docs here. And in the docs documentation, I'm going to, where is it? Collecting, should be down here. Where, yeah, so this is it. And for the installation guide, is not loading up. Let's search for Shadcn and click on this. And it's still, okay, yeah. So it's loading up. I'm going to copy this for installation, so to add it in our project, and we need this kind of loading screen. So let's open our terminal. Yep, we are having an error, so let's quit and let's paste this so that we can have this Shadcn. All right, we can already import the Shadcn coming from our components, and next we can have our const loading. And this loading is going to be equal to this arrow function here. And we need to export as the default, so we are not going to have any error. So export default, loading like this. All right, so here we are going to return JSX. We are going to return this div. And this div is going to have a margin of 5. And here we are going to have another div. And this div, let's style it. Give it a width of 320 pixels and give it an MX ortho, and give this on medium devices a width of 350 pixels like this. And I want to give this an MY of 4. So here we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a height of 52. And this is going to have a full width, and this is going to have a overflow hidden. And we're going to get this rounded to XL and BG slate of 300 like this. So here we're going to have our Shadcn. Okay, so I wouldn't want to bore you so much with this component. It is just a loading component. I'm gonna paste this in here. So this is skeleton component. Give the full width, 100%, height, object cover, some animation on hover. And after that div, we are going to have this other div. So just right about here, with also these static class names. So this is just we shaping up this loading component to have a feel, so to have a look like a thumbnail component. So this is just what we're doing here, and we can reload our application using npm run dev. And here, let's make use of this is loading. So just before this video results, we are going to say if it's loading is true, then we're going to have this our array, and we want to fill. So before we fill, we want to give it a length of 9, and we're going to fill it with any value. I'm just going to fill it with null. All right, and I'm going to map through it. So this is going to give us each before I return this, I'll call back. We'll call it item. I'll just call it I, and then we have the index. And then here I'm going to return our loading component, which will be coming from loading like this. And this is gonna have a key, and the key is going to be the index. All right, so this is what we have going here. I'm just going to rearrange these. And now if we reload our application and come back here, I am just going to reload this, and we should see our loading component just here before we have this. Great, so this is the loading component we defined here, and now we have some hints that we are fetching data. So now we are done with this, we need the search badge component, so we are going to be working on that component right about now. So let's come back to our, I'm just going to minimize this, and here let's come back to our components folder, and in here I'm gonna have this search badge.tsx component. And what is going to go on here first is going to be a client component, making use of the use client directive. And I want to import badge from Shadcn UI. So from at our components, do we have it yet? To be sincere, I don't know. I don't think we have the badge. No, we don't. So let's install the badge component. To install the badge component here, I will search for badge, and here in the components folder section, we should see badge, or from here, you can just search for badge here. And this is going to load the badge component, and this is just what we need here. I'm going to copy this with npm and quickly install this in our application. So while that's installing, now we can go and import this coming from components, and here we would have our UI, and here we would have, or we should have badge, and this is going to give us the badge component. All right, so let's export this function, and this function we can call search badge, and this search badge component is gonna take in some props. So we're gonna take 3 props. So the badges itself, which is gonna be an array of string, and a function to update this here. So where is it? This set badge function, and it's also going to need a current badge. So here we are going to have these badges, and next we're going to have this set badge, and lastly we are going to have the current badge. And this is going to be of an object that, you know, the prop is going to be this object badges, which is going to be a string array, no static range, a string array. And next we are going to also have this set badge, and this set badge for the type, if we come back to our page and hover here, you see it is of this type. So set state action, and it's going to be dispatching an action which is of type string. So we can just use this type over here, and we need to import all of these. So we're going to import these coming from React. Lastly, we need a current badge, and this current badge is going to be of type string. So now let's have our JSX. What are we going to return? We want to map through the different badge, so badges.map, and when we map, we are going to have each badge, and we are going to return the badge component that we just imported from Shadcn UI. And in here, we're going to have the badge, so each badge, and because we are in a map, we need to provide a key. And the key, we can just use the badge as the key, and on click, we want to call this function that is going to set our badge to what value, so to the badge that we get here. And after this, we are gonna have some styling, so let's give this class names, and the class name is gonna be dynamic. We're gonna give this margin to the right of 4, margin to the top of 2, and margin to the bottom of 3. Get this rounded LG on BG background light like this, and text dark. We are also going to give this a text black, and on dark theme I'm going to give this a BG background dark like this, and on dark theme we're also going to give this a text white here, and on hover we're going to give it a text white like this, and cursor pointer. Alright, so here we are going to say badge, so $sign here, and we're going to have this condition. So we're going to check badge. If badge is going to be equal to the current badge received, we want to apply some certain styling, otherwise we would have another style here. So we're going to give it a BG background dark and the text white. So if the badge is current badge, we're going to give it, otherwise an empty string. And here we have the badge. So now we have this badge component. We can now make use of this badge component in our page.tsx here. So here where we have this search badge, we are going to replace it with our search badge. And to provide the props, it needs the badges, which is going to be equal to this array. I'm just going to hard code it here. So all. We can also have JavaScript, and we can also have algorithms. Alright, so this is one prop. It also needs the current badge, and the current badge is going to be equal to badge that we have in our local state here. And now we're going to also pass set badge, which is going to be equal to set badge. Alright, so we can restart our application. And what happens when we click on one of these badges? So on click, we just set the badge to this badge here. And you know, when the state updates, it goes on to re-render our components, and here we pass the badge, but not as a string. Sorry, it should be badge like this. So we're gonna fetch videos, and fetch videos needs the badge, and now it's going to go with the correct search value. So let's come back to the application and let's reload our application. And now we should correctly fetch our application. Give it a second. Here we have the different badge, which is looking good. And let's wait a second for this to load up, and we should see our data. So let's give this a second. Hope we don't have any issues. And let's wait for it to load. And now it loads up, and we see our current data. Great, and it just had some issues loading up the images, and you see when we click on another badge, it goes on to fetch the data based on this our search functionality here. So everything should be working fine. Let's just wait for our search results. Before we continue, I would like to fix this that we have in our side navigation. So you see we are losing some text and some spacing here, and to fix it, if we come over to our component, to our sidebar.tsx, over here we just need to go in and add a padding to the top of 3. I think we are mixing that, and also a z index. So let's give it a z index of 40. And let's come back, and now we see our discover text as well as the full home menu. So we can already go on to fix some of the broken links that we have in our application. And those broken links, if we come not here, where is it, your channel, you see it goes to channels undefined. We haven't linked that. And also here, view channel is not linked to the channel. And also on the mobile, if we come over to the mobile, we have this which is also not linked. So let's link it all up, those three sections. And starting from the side navigation, we have this your channel position here. So let's search for your channel. And over here, this link, okay, is going to next public channel ID. And do we have it yet? If we come to our env, no, we don't have it. So I'm gonna paste it in here. This is my YouTube channel ID, and I'm going to come back to the side navigation and copy this. So next public channel ID, and I will paste it in here. So I'm going to copy this link because now we are going to make use of these in different sections of our application. We also make use, I'm going to first close our Shadcn development server, because when we make changes to the env, it's always a good practice to restart, because the env isn't watched for changes. So apart from the side navigation, we also have our top navigation. So here where we have this view your channels, so this will go to channels, and we should have this, so it's slash here, so slash channels, and then this link over here. And lastly, we also have a footer menu, and this link over here should go to this coming from channels and then the channel ID. So let's close this all up, and we should be good to go right now. So npm run dev, let's restart our application and see what we got going. So if we reload here, everything should be fixed for our links, and you see they point to the channel ID. So we can continue in our application. I'm just going to shut our terminal, and I would like us to work on the watch page. So once this loads up, if we click on a specific thumbnail, we are going to go to the watch page for that particular video ID, which for now is a broken page. So this is taking some time to load up. Do we have any errors? No, we don't, and we should see our search results here. If we come over here and we click on one of these, you see we go to /watch and then the video ID, which takes us to a 404 page. We need to fix this, and I'm gonna have another route grouping because the side navigation differs from the main page and also for the video details page. So here I'm going to call this the video ID like this, and here we are going to have its own layout.tsx file, and we are also going to have its own loading.tsx file. So let's open this up, and I'm going to close the terminal to avoid any errors for now, and let's get started with the layout.tsx. It's going to be a very simple layout. We are going to export default, and we are going to call this function, we could call it full root layout or video ID layout, and this is going to take in the props. For now, I'll just have it like this, and the prop is going to be the children prop. So this children, and it's going to be of type this object where we have children here, and children is of type react node like this. So inside this function body, we are going to return this empty fragment that's gonna contain the children prop, and we also need a video ID navigation. All right, but before we go back to the video ID navigation, I want to paste this loading component because it's a lot of typing and it's just static data which you can find in the GitHub. So please go over to the GitHub and paste in this loading component. So the idea for this loading component is to have the same structure as we have in the video details page. You're going to see this in action, and there is no data fetching, no anything special going on here. It is just purely JSX, so styling this skeleton in a way is going to fit our layout whenever we are fetching data. All right, so we have this page and we have our layout. Now we can get started with the video ID navigation before we go into the watch page. So for the video ID navigation, we can have a component here, and we're going to call this video ID nav.tsx. And this is going to be a client component, so let's add it now so we don't forget. And here we're going to have this const video ID nav is going to be equal to an arrow function, and we're going to export this as the default. So export default video ID nav, and in here we are going to be storing state in React context, the state of the navigation. So let's have our context wired up, and to do this we are going to create a context folder inside of our source folder. So inside of our source here, I'm going to create a new folder which I'll call context, and inside this context folder I'll create an app context.tsx file. And here we are going to have this const app context, and context is going to be equal to create context. That will be imported from React, and this create context needs a default value. So the default value for now, we are going to fill it with live. And before we fill it with live, let's have the state for the type of state. So let's have the type, or the TypeScript definition for the type of state we intend to have in this context. So here we have type, and I'm going to call this app context type, which is going to be this object. And I'm going to pass this app context type as the generic type to this create context. And what type are we going to have? We're going to have this show nav, and show nav is of type boolean. We are also going to have the function to toggle the navigation. So we are going to have set show nav, which is going to be of type dispatch. Should be imported from React, and we are going to dispatch a set state action. Should also be imported from React, and the action is going to be of type boolean. So we have an error here because we need to pass show nav, which is going to be false, and then set show nav, which is going to be just this function that is going to do nothing. So we can return null, and we shouldn't forget to export this as the default. So export default app context here. All right, so now we have this. We need to make use of this context that we have just created, and to make use of this context we are going to be creating a context provider. So we can do this in our components, or you can create a providers folder, but we'll just do this in our components. And here we're going to have a context provider.tsx file, and here we're going to mark this as a client component, make use of the use client directive, and we need to import the app context that we just created, and we also need to import the use effect and the use state. So use effect and use state from React. All right, so let's have our constant context provider, and this context provider is going to be this component here. And here I'm going to export this as the default. So export default context provider. And here we need props, and the prop is going to be the children props, and this is going to be children, which is of type react.react node. And here we have already destructured children. We are going to have our return, and we are going to return our app context dot provider like this. Okay, so here we are going to have the children that we destructured. So we need to give this a value prop. So the value we're going to pass to our context is going to be managed in state. So here we are going to make use of use state, and initially it's going to be false. And we can already tell use state that this is going to be holding a boolean. And we're going to have this show nav and also set show nav here. And lastly, I also want to have this to have any dehydration issues. Have this use state, which initially is going to be false. And here I'll just have this okay, going to be equal to use state, and is going to be false here. So I'm going to have this render component, and here set render component like this. And here we just need to pass the value, and the value is going to be this object. So we pass show nav and also set show nav. Before we leave here, we need to make use of this in our use effect. And here we are going to have an empty array of dependency. So the idea is just to update this set render component to true whenever the use effect runs. And we should have spoiled something somewhere for us to be having this error. Yeah, it should be in here. Great. And what we can say here, if our component is not rendered, so we're just going to return an empty fragment here. And now we can come back to the video ID nav, and this video ID nav can come here, and we are going to render this fragment like this. So here I'm going to return this empty fragment. So we can go on to read off the value from our use context hook. So this is going to be equal to use context, should be imported from React. And now it needs a context that we need to read. So the context here is going to be our app context. That will be coming from our context file here. And we need to read off the show nav and also the function to set show nav. So with this here, we can have this check and say if the show nav is true, like this, then we want to return this div, not divide, we want to return this div here. All right, so like this. And what are we going to have in this div? We want this div to be more like a modal, an overlay. So I'm going to give it a class name, and since it's an overlay, we can already make it a self-closing div like this. I'm going to give this a width screen and also a height screen, and top 0, left 0, and I'll give this a z index of 30, give it display of fixed or position fixed, and give it this background with some opacity, so RGBA, and we'll go for 0, 0, 0 and 0.75 like this. And we can toggle this on click whenever we click on the background, so which is this div. We can say on click we want to call this function here that is going to call set show nav, and the value, if you know the use state, we can also have the previous state and return the inverse of the previous state like this. So the function way of updating our state. All right, and we are doing this. We also want to have the side navigation in the video ID. So we're going to import the side, what do we call it? The sidebar. And here, we're going to give it some class names, and the class name is going to be dynamic. We can use cn coming from our lib. And here I'm going to have this show nav. If it is true, then I want to translate x0. Otherwise, just have an empty string like this. Okay, so this is our video ID navigation. And before we can continue, did we import it in our layout? Let's see. If we come to our layout here, nope. So we need to wrap our entire component with a context provider. So I'm going to cut all of these and here import our context provider like this. Okay, so our entire application can now work with this context provider, or if we have any other state to save in our context, is going to be aware, and we can just read of the value from our component here. All right, so let's create a page. So if we come back, remember it is watch with the ID. So here I will just close all these tabs, and here I am going to create the video ID. I'm going to create the folder. So I'm going to create watch because this is not an actual URL, so not watch like this, so just watch. This is just for route grouping, and because it has its own layout here, you see we are not making use of this. Let's come to the general layout. We are not making use of the, or is it the side navigation. So if we come to the main page, main layout, you see here we have this sidebar. So because of this, every other page that we have in this main layout is going to have the default sidebar. But for the video ID, you can see in the layout of the video ID, currently we just have the children. So here we need to render the video ID navigation. So I'm going to call this and import the video ID navigation like this. It's going to be self-closing. And here we can paste children like this. So this has its own navigation, which we just defined, and it makes use of the side nav. And then it has its div as an overlay. So this is what we have been able to achieve. So let's have the watch page, and here where we have watch, we are going to have a dynamic route parameter for ID. So any watch and any ID is going to load this page.tsx file. So let's have the React component, and I'm going to call this video details here, and get rid of the React.js import like this. And what are we going to do first here? Let's okay, so let's have the ID. So const, before we continue, please let's make this a client component. Whether use client directive here. So here we're going to have const ID. We're going to get the ID from the URL, making use of the use params hook coming from next navigation. We call this ID because this is ID in our route. So watch ID and page should be here. All right, so we have the ID, and next we want to go and get the fetch the video details. So before we go into the data fetching, let's be sure that our navigation is working as we correctly defined. So I'm going to reload our page. We shouldn't get any errors, and we should see our side navigation, which actually is there. But let's give it a reload, and we should see our side navigation working as we defined. So let's give it a second. And here is it. We see, and if we click, we don't see our side navigation. Let's toggle this to a light theme. We should see our navigation sliding. So the fact we're not seeing it means we haven't wired it up correctly. And let's inspect one last time. I'm going to come into the watch layout, and we have the video ID nav. So this is watch. Did we get it correctly? So watch. Okay, and let's take a look at the video ID nav and this side navigation. So if show nav is true, it's gonna have this translate x0, otherwise it's going to have nothing. So With that, we should see our sidebar, and if we are not seeing it, we haven't remember wired it up here. So to this click event we have on the menu, and the menu we have is in our components and in our top navigation. So if we come to our top navigation here, we have this menu. I'm just going to collapse this. We have this menu. Where is it? So it should be here. Alright, so we have this menu and we have not wired it up for the on click. So on click of this menu, we want to call the function to set show nav, just as we did, and we need to bring in set show nav coming in from our use context. So let's bring it in here. So const, we can destructure this from use context, should be imported from React. Let's see. Okay, so this should be imported from React. I'm just going to rearrange the order of imports that we have here. Alright, so here use context, we're going to say by making use of the app context here, should be imported from context, and here we just need a set show nav function. And here we're going to call set show nav, and we want to use the function way of getting the previous state, and we want to return the inverse of the previous state like this. So we can save this, and we shouldn't have any worries toggling it now. So we click this, let's give it a reload. Yep, so we see our navigation show as expected, and let's see how it works or looks on the light theme. Great, so everything working fine now, and we can continue with our project. So I'm going to close all of these except the page.tsx file. We have the ID here, and we want to make use of the ID to fetch data. And to fetch data here, we are also going to make use of the use SWR hook. So this is going to be equal to use SWR. Like this, we should go on and import, and it needs the key, which is going to be used for caching purposes. So we're going to go to /video details, and we are going to go to /, and now we want to inject the ID to make it unique for this request. And we're going to have our callback function, which is going to call a function we are going to define here. And I just want to add an extra configuration and say revalidate on focus, and say this is going to be false. So if we hover on the browser tab, it's not going to go on and refetch data. So let's come to our API. So in our library api.ts, we have this function to fetch videos. I'm going to collapse it, and we're going to define another async function. And this async function is going to go on and fetch the video details. So we can give it the name of fetch video details like this. And for parameter, we need a video ID, which is going to be video ID, which is going to be of type string. And in here, we are going to have our try catch. Where do we have our try catch? And for the error, I'm just going to log it to the console. So console.error to make it explicit. I'm going to return error fetching. And I'm going to display the error. Error fetching, we can just say video details. And in the try block, we are going to send off our request from awaiting Nextjs, and it's a get request, and we go to our base URL, and after which we go to /videos, and the query parameter, we say the key is going to be our API key, and also we need to add the path and say this is equal to snippet. Okay, and lastly we add statistics like this. So this is the URL where we are going to fetch the video details, and we're going to get our data. Okay, so after this we want to also get the channel details, and let me call this video data, because this data is going to give us this items property, which is an array, and then we're going to have snippets, which is actually going to contain the actual details for the video. So to fetch the channel details, we're going to get this channel data, which is going to be equal to awaiting another function that we can define here to fetch the channel details. So here, let's export a function we can call fetch channel details, which is going to take in the channel ID. Alright, and this channel ID is of type string, and we want it to return a promise, and this promise is going to resolve to this object, which is going to have the channel name, which is of type string, and it's also going to have the subscribers count, which is also of type string, and lastly we're going to get the channel image, and the channel image is also of type string. So here in the function body, let's fetch the channel data. So channel data is going to await exeos.get, and we need a URL. So we are going to go to the base URL. So where do we have it? Yeah, base URL, and then we go to /channels, and we have this query parameter where the key is going to be equal to our API underscore key, and now we change the ID, which is going to be equal to this channel ID that we receive from the parameter here, and we also say path is equal to snippet and statistics. So this gives us the channel data, and after that we also need to get from the channel data we can get the details, okay, about the particular channel. So channel details is going to be equal to this object, and here we're going to say this, we're going to return the channel details. Alright, so but before we return it here, for the types, we're going to say this is going to have all these types. So I'm going to copy this, and I'm going to copy all of these and use it here. Alright, so here we can say the channel name is going to be the channel data, or actually we can just destructure data here. So this is going to be data.items, which is an array, and here .snippet .title, like this, and we can get the subscribers count, which is going to be data.items .statistics subscriber count, like this. And lastly, for the channel image, for the channel name, this actually should be the channel name here, and this is going to be for the channel image, which is going to be the data.items an array .snippet, and here we have the thumbnails .medium .url. Please do ensure there is no typo, else it's not going to work as expected here. Okay, so we are having an error, and why are we having an error? Let's see. And I think we are missing the async here. Alright, so we were missing the async, and that's why we're having our errors. So now we can use this fetch channel details. We can use it in this function. So here we're going to call fetch channel details, and it needs the channel ID. So we're going to get the channel ID from the video. So video data dot channel ID, like this. And now we have the channel ID. We can go on to have our video details. Okay, because this channel ID is going to go on and fetch the details about the video, and we can return the video details. So sorry, the channel data is going to fetch details about the channel. And here we can get the title, which is going to be the video data.title. And next we need the video URL, which is going to be, actually now we need to come back to this because then we need the URL, the base URL for the video. And we also have the likes, which will come from the data.items. It's an array. And then we have the statistics. And then we have the like count like this. Okay, and next we have the description, which is going to be the video data.description. And next we need the published date. And the published date is going to be the video data.published at. And we need the channel image. The channel image is going to be equal to the channel data dot the channel image. Next we need the channel name, and the channel name is going to be the channel data dot channel name like this. And lastly we need the, what do we need? We need a subscriber count. Subscribers count, which is going to be the channel data dot subscribers count like this. Right, and then we return it. So we need to come look at the video URL, and the video URL is going to be coming from the, we can put this in our env. So we can come here, and in our env.env we're gonna add the next_public, but it's gonna be the video base URL like this, which is gonna be equal to https://www.youtube.com/watch, and then we have the script parameter v, and it's equal to, and this will be the video ID that is going to follow up next. So with that, we can come back here in the API, and this video URL is going to be looking in our process.env, and here I'm going to copy this name, so the video base URL here, and we also need the ID to follow, because here it's equal to, and then we need the ID, and the ID is going to be coming from the, where do we have it? So remember here we have the video ID, and this video ID we are going to be getting it from the use params here. So from the URL we will get the ID, and the ID will pass to this function, and this function is going to go on and fetch the video. And now we see we have an error with our URL because we are meant to fetch a specific video also with this video ID. Okay, so not all the videos. And to fix this, we have videos, the API key, and we need to chain, and ID is going to be equal to, and then we paste in the video ID, and we can say path equal to snippet and statistics. Okay, so I'm gonna save this, and now we can go on to try it out. So let's come back to our page.tsx, and here in our page.tsx, here we can now go on to get the data, and the data is going to be, we can call it video details like this, and here we are going to make use of the function in this SWR hook, and that is going to be the fetch video details like this. So we're going to import it right from our lib, and this needs the video ID. So here we'll just pass ID, but we can say as string to get rid of any errors. So we also have is loading, which I'll rename to loading video details, and also error, which I would rename to error video details. Okay, so now we have all of these. We can come below here and I will just check if we have any error loading error video details. Then I'm going to throw a new error, and this error is going to say error fetching video data. Alright, and after this we will also want to make use of the loading state. So if we are loading the video details, then I just want to return, or maybe I can get rid of this. I just want to return the loading, and this loading is going to be coming not from the app, it's going to be coming from the loading like this. Okay, so let's save this, and now we've saved this, we can make use of the video details. Okay, so let's first off, let's just log it to the console right about here, the video details, and restart our application using npm run dev. Okay, so we are going to go on and fetch the details about the video. Okay, so yep, so let's see what we have going. I'm going to open up the console, and if the console opens up, and if we've done everything correctly, we should see the video details in the console. So let's reload our page, and we get the normal error, and we should see our videos. And I'm going to click on a specific video. I will just click on any of these, and let's keep an eye here. Yes, so you see here, we're going to fetch the video details, so the video URL and every other property that we are returning from libs. Yeah, so these properties, and now we're sure we're fetching these, we can safely render this on our user interface. So what's going to happen next is I'm going to first of all render the player. So to do this, inside this div, I'm going to have this class name, and I'll give it a margin bottom of 9, and this video details is going to have a div, and we need to install the package. So npm install react player like this. Do go on and install the package, and while that is installing, let's start this div. I would also give it a class name of px4 and give it a height of 80 viewport height, and also give it a margin to the top of 14. Margin to the top of 14. And in here we are going to render the React player. Okay, so let's import React player. Right about here, I'm gonna import React player coming from React player like this. Okay, so we have the React player. We are gonna make use of it. It needs the prop, and to find out the prop, you can check the GitHub, the props, and the full customization for this React player component. But if you hold Control or Command and click on it, you see here it's extending this base React player prop, and you see it has its own React player props. And if you visit this React player props and you visit this base player props, you see here it has this URL property, which we're going to use right about now. So here we can already pass the URL, and the URL is going to be the video details.u video URL like this. And you can come here and see playing loop controls, you see volume, muted, and all of these properties. Okay, so you can use to fully customize how you would like the player to work for your own use case. And apart from the URL, let's pass the width and also the height to 100% to make sure it fits properly into the surrounding container like this. So let's save and let's restart our application using npm run dev, and at least we should see our video player. So I'm going to come back here and I would give this a reload and wait for this video to load, and then we should go on and display the React player component, which is gonna have the video. So let's give it a second, and you see now we can go on to play videos in our application. You can also click on share, and you see you have the link to share on Facebook, on Twitter, and more. You can click on watch later, and this is going to take you over to the main YouTube application. And over here you also have all of these. If you need more customization for this component, again, you can come here and you see it's extending this base React player, and here you also see this base React player props. You can give this let's say you want to give it controls. Here you can pass controls, which is a boolean, so automatically it's going to be true. And if you save this and you come back, perhaps we should say more customization here. So that's basically how it works. You can check the GitHub and you would see how you can fully customize this component, but this is okay for our own use case. And after this div here, we want to show other details, other information about the video. So here we're going to have this div, and let's quickly style it. So I'm going to give this a padding of 2, and on medium devices give it a padding of 4, display it as a grid cost 12 like this, and give it a gap of 7. So in here, since we are giving this a grid cost 12, we are going to have 2 divs, and the other one is going to display the let's say maybe a related videos or something like that, by the side. And then this other section, we are going to have this div which is going to span it. So here we're going to have this medium devices, we're going to say grid, not grid, we're going to say co-span it like this. And now this other section we're going to have is going to span 4. Okay, so I'm going to paste this in here, and we shall come back to this component. So let's continue here where we have the co-span 8. Medium devices, let's give it co-span 12 by default on smaller devices. Okay, so I'm gonna have this div, and this div isn't gonna have any class name, but here it's gonna have h3, which is going to display the video details.title. And here we're going to have this text extra large, and also give this a font semi-bold. So I'll save this, and we should see the title if we still have our application up and running. Here we see the title, so this title here. Okay, and apart from the title, we also want to display the channel details. So just after this h3, we're going to have this div, and this div we're going to give it this class name of flex, justify between, and also give it a margin to the y-axis of 3. So next we're going to have this div, and this div is going to have this space x3 and display of flex. So in here we're going to have avatar, should be imported from our components library, and for the avatar image should also be imported a self-closing tag. The source is going to be coming from the video details.channel image, and the alt, I would just give it an alt of let's say the video details.title like this. Okay, and for the fallback, so avatar fallback, we are gonna, I'll just give this text of VD for video. Alright, so we have this. We can also have this div, and this div is gonna have this h4, and this is going to display the video details.channel name. And in this h4, I'm gonna style it, give it a text gray or 400, and give it a text small like this. Okay, and now after the channel name, we're gonna have the class name, and I'll give this a text gray of 400, and give this a text of small like this. So this is going to show the number of subscribers. And remember, we have this format count from our libs. If you remember, or if we come here, where is it? If we come here, we wrote out this format utility function, which is going to help us to format the count. Okay, so here this format count needs the video details, and we pass the subscribers count to it, and here we just want to have the text subscribers, and we're having an error because it doesn't need undefined. We're sure it's going to be there, so we're just going to use this exclamation sign for TypeScript to relax and be happy. So video details dot subscribers count, do we still have error? Type string is not assignable to type number. So I'm just going to cast this with a plus like this, and it's going to be a number. So after this subscriber count, here we are going to have this other div, and this div is going to show the thumbs up pictures. For now, let's save, let's view. We have the channel name, you see the channel image, we have the channel name, and we have the channel subscribers. Okay, so here we are going to give this div some styling. I'll give the class name of flex space x4, give the text small, give it a items center, give it a background gray of 600, and give this a text white, and I would also give this a px of 2, and on medium devices a px of 5, and rounded 3xl. And in here we want to display some information, first with a thumbs up, that will be imported from Lucid React, and I'm just going to give this a width, so I'll give it a class name, and the class name is going to be w4 like this. And after this thumbs up, I want to give the span tag here, and this span tag is going to have the class name of text. Just want to give it 9 pixels, and inside the span tag I'll also format count, and I want to format the like, so I'll go with the video details dot likes like this. Okay, and after this span we are going to have a button, so just right about after this span. So actually it has to be, it's going to be wrapping the span. So here we're going to have this button, and I'll paste it inside. So this button is going to have this class name of flex items center space x2 not skew space x2, and on hover I just want to give it a text blue of 500. Alright, so after this button we are going to have a span which is just going to display pipe. So this is displaying the thumbs up, and this is a pipe, and after the pipe we are also going to have another button which is going to display the thumbs down, imported from Lucid React, and I'll also give this a width of 4 over here. And this button for the class name is going to be pretty much straightforward. Give it a display of flex items center, and on hover I just want it to have this red text like this. Alright, so let's save and let's have a quick preview. And if we come here, great. So if we hover on this, we should see what we had. So this has a red text, and this has a blue text. So here we are going to display some other videos. I'm actually not going to go on and play to avoid any copyright issues, but when I fetch my own channel, so this, when I make it work, then we can go on and test this playing capability. So up next we are going to we have this div. So here, just before, still inside this call span 8, so still inside here, I want us to have another div where we can display the video description. So this is the first heading, And I'll just collapse this. Please, the code for all of these is in the GitHub. Okay, so you can check it out in the GitHub in case your styling doesn't match what we currently have. So I'm going to collapse this. And after this, I want to have another div, which is just going to go on to help display the description. I'm going to give this a padding of 3, give this a BG gray of 600, and I'll give this a text white and rounded MD, and give this a margin Y of 4. And in here, we're going to have this padding. I'll just give it leading 8. Okay. And in here, I want to display the video details description. So here, video details description, and I want to call substring on it. And substring, I'm going to pass 0 and take the subscriber count. And this subscriber substring count, we don't have it yet. We are going to be managing this in state, so I will do that somewhere here. So here I'm going to have the subscribers substring count, and here the set substring count, which is going to be equal to useState, and useState should be imported from React. I'm just going to move this up, and I'll call this. Okay, so the default state is going to be 200, and this is going to have 2 types. So it could be of type undefined, or it could also be a number type or of type number. Okay, so here we're going to pass this substring count to this. So the default is 200 substring count, and here I'm just going to give this space. I'm just going to give a space here, and after this video details, the description, I want to have this span tag here, which we can use to toggle, to show more. You're going to see how it works in a second. So on click, I want to check if the substring count is equal to 200. If that's the case, then I'll call this function. And this function is going to set the substring count to undefined. Otherwise, I will set it to this other function, that's for the onClick, where I set the substring count to 200. Alright, so, and in here, I just want to display the text of, where is it? So substring count, if it's equal to 200, then I'm going to display the text of load more. Otherwise, I'm going to display load less like this. And definitely we need to style this span. So I'll give it the font medium, cursor pointer, and give the text extra small on the line, and give the text blue 400. Okay, so we are done with this section, and let's save and let's see what we've got. So here you see we now have the video description, and if we click here, you see we're going to load more description about the video. And I didn't go on to implement the comments and also the comments, so that I think you get the idea. And if you want to fetch the comments, it's just a simple get request to get more data regarding the video. And here we can go on to show some other videos. And to do this, this already has a call span 4, and then I'm gonna give this a call span 12 on mobile. So this is gonna take the full width. Here I'll just call aside, and this should also be an aside for HTML semantics. So we see the aside text here, and it will collapse on mobile. And let's go over to the mobile view. You would see how everything works perfectly and how everything is fully responsive, both on our dark theme and also on our white theme. Okay, so let's continue building up our application. I'll just switch back to the dark theme, And in this aside, we are going to show the related videos. So more like related videos. And to get this, we need to fetch another data. So to fetch another data, we are going to still call this, let's come to the API. We are still going to make use of this fetch videos. Okay, so we're not actually fetching related videos. We will just go on and fetch some other videos and display on our screen. So let's do this. Let's come back to the page, and here, so can we duplicate this? Okay, so let's duplicate this. We surely would have errors. And I'll call this the related videos, and it's loading. I'll say loading related videos, and for error, I say error related videos, like this. And the key for caching purposes is going to be related videos. Okay, and I will just do like this for the, I won't use the ID so that, you know, it caches this and doesn't go on to fetch this data all the time. Okay, so I'll just go with related videos, and this is not going to fetch video details. It's going to fetch videos coming from our lib, and it needs the query. If we hover on it, it needs a query and also the max result. So I'll just go with all and the max result of 5. And I will still keep the validate on focus false. So here I'll say if we have error video details, or we have error related videos, then we're going to throw this error. And if we are loading video details, or we are loading the related videos, we want to go on and display loading. So with all of this done, here in our aside, we're just going to have our related videos. Did we call it video? Should be videos. Okay, so we'll check our related videos, and we can map through it, and we're going to have this our callback function. And in our map, we are going to get each video. Okay, and now we need to return a component, so we can call this the related videos component. So here in our component, let's create a new file which we can call related videos.tsx, and in here we are going to have our JSX. So const related videos is going to be this function, and we shouldn't forget to export it as the default, so related videos. Alright, so this is definitely going to take in props, so the video, and here we can say video is going to be of type any, and this has to be an object like this. And here we are going to return a link component from next link, because we want this to go to the video details page, and the href is going to be /watch, and now slash the video.id, so video.id, like this. And inside this link, we are going to, let's style it first. Let's give it some class name of h32, and give this a margin y of 4, display it flex, gap of 3, and give this a justify between. And inside this link, we can now have a div, and this div is going to have the class name of flex1, give this rounded to XL, and give this overflow hidden. And in here we can have this image coming from next image, and the source is going to be the video.thumbnail, and the alt is going to be the video.title, and the height, we can go with a height of 300 and also a width of 300. Okay, and let's style it. Give it a class name of width full, height full, and object cover. Okay, and after this we can have so after this image div, let's have the div to show more details. I'm gonna give this a class name of flex1, and in here we're gonna have this h4, and this h4 is just gonna have this text extra small, and it's gonna display the video dot title, and then we can call substring and go take the first 50 characters. And after this h4 we can have this paragraph where we display the video channel title, and in here we can give this a class name of text extra small, give this a margin y of 2, and after this paragraph let's have this div, give this a class name of text extra small, give this a display of flex items center, give this a text bg light, so text background light, and here we are going to format count, and the count is going to be the video.view count. And lastly we can have the text views and just have this dot here, which should be imported from Lucid React. Okay, and after this I will just have this space, and next I want to have this format published date, and format published date needs a published date, which is going to be the video dot published date, like this. So that's about it for this. Now we are going to make use of these related videos inside of this page. So if we come here where we map, we are going to display the related videos, and it needs the key because we are mapping, and the key is going to be the video.id, and it needs a video, and the video is going to be equal to video. And that means we can come here, and rather than say of type any, we can say of type video, and we already have an error because this is a string. So let's convert it to a number, and let me quickly rearrange the order of imports. So I'm going to save this. If we reload, and here once our data is done fetching, you see here we see the number of likes that this video has. We can load more, and here you see we see other videos, and if we go on to click on one of these, then we should see the video pop up here. Okay, so everything is working fine. You see here it's been populated with the number of likes, and here we see the description, and everything is working as expected. So we can continue with our project, and I will like us before work on the search functionality. So if we come here and click on view channel, we go to a 4.4 page. So we are trying to load channels, and then the channel ID page, which is a page we haven't worked on next. So let's come back to our browser. I'm just gonna close all these tabs, and if we come to our app in our main, so here we're gonna create a new folder for channels, and in here we're gonna create a new file or a new folder for the ID, a dynamic route, and here we're gonna have the page.tsx file, and here we're gonna start by defining the component body. I'll call this channel ID, and I will make this a client component, making use of the use client directive. And to get rid of any error for now, I will just have this div with the class name of margin top of minus 64 pixels like this. And here I would just say channel details. So if we save and we come back, we shouldn't be seeing any 404, and here we see channel details. Okay, so we're gonna fetch the details about the channel, and then we'll also go on to fetch the channel videos. And as before, we need to make use of the use params to get the ID. So here ID is gonna be equal to use params from next navigation, and we can go on to have make use of our SWR hook. So const, we're gonna destructure data is going to be equal to use SWR imported from SWR, and it needs the key. The key is going to, we're going to check if ID is true. Then we're going to go to channel, the key is going to be channel details, and here we would inject the ID, and otherwise we are just going to use null. Okay, and we're going to have our callback function here, which is going to fetch channel. So I don't think we have it defined in our lib, and in our lib api.ts, this is to fetch videos. No, and this is to fetch channel details. So we're going to have two new functions, which is going to fetch the channel and also to fetch the video that is related to that channel. So we can go on and define these two functions. Let's come back to our api.ts, and here we're going to export a sync function. We're going to call it fetch channel, and it's going to take the channel ID, which is going to be of type string. And let's have our try catch block. So our try catch, and what we want to do in case of any errors, let's console.log error, we just say error searching for the channel or anything like that, and we are going to log the error. And in the try block, I'll just make this console.error. In the try block, we are going to have the data that we'll get from awaiting Axios.get, and get needs the base URL. So here we're going to inject our base URL and go to /channels and go to key. I will say the key is going to be equal to our API key, and the ID, so like this, and the ID is going to be equal to the channel ID, and we're going to say path is going to be equal to snippet. Okay, so here we can go on to get data, and after which we're just going to return the channel data like this, which is going to be equal to data.items, and here we take the first element. So we have the channel data. Let's return the channel data. So this is for fetch channel. I'm just going to duplicate this, and the next one is for fetch channel videos. It's going to take in the channel ID, and here we are going to have the to fetch the channel playlist ID. So with the ID of the playlist, we can go on to fetch the video. That's just the way it works. I'm going to quit our terminal, and here to fetch the playlist, I'm also going to duplicate this, and this is going to fetch channel playlist ID. So that's what I need, just the ID, and it's going to take in the channel ID, and here we go to the base URL channels like this. The key is going to be API key, the ID is channel ID, and the path not snippet, so the path is content details. So this is one, And after this, we can change this. So channel playlist ID, that's just what we need. We need the channel, sorry. So we need the channel playlist ID. And this is going to be equal to the data that we get back. So data.items. And here we can take dot content details. And here we take the related playlist dot uploads. So this is going to give us the channel playlist ID, and we just go on to return. So that's just why we had to fetch the channel playlist ID. So now we gotten the channel playlist ID, we can come back to fetch channel videos. And in here, when we get our data, we get the channel. Yeah, and here to construct this URL, first we need to get the playlist ID. So we can call it channel playlist ID, and it's going to be equal to awaiting fetch channel playlist ID. And here we need to give it the channel ID. Okay, so this gives us the channel playlist ID, and now we can update this URL. And this URL, you go to slash, not channels, but go to slash playlist items. Okay, then the key is going to be API key and not just ID. So this is going to be playlist ID, and this is going to be the channel playlist ID, and path is equal to snippet. So that's just why we had to fetch the channel playlist ID to go on and fetch data with it. We get the channel data like this. So I'm not just return channel data.items. This is going to give us the channel, you can call it channel videos. And here we return channel videos. So we can save this and we can take a look at fetch channel. And in fetch channel, let's just be sure everything is fine. So channels, the key is the API key, and the ID is the channel ID, and path is snippet. Okay, so everything is okay. Now let's come back to our page, and in our page we are going to try to now fetch this data. So first call fetch channel, and fetch channel will be coming in from our libs like this. So let me rearrange this. Okay, and fetch channel, we are going to pass the channel ID, which is this ID that we receive here as string. So here we can say to the SWR hook that we are going to get back an array like this, and we can get back an array of what? Of channel details. So we haven't defined this channel details type, so it's quite an exhaustive type, so let's define it. If we come to costume types, so here costume types, I'm just gonna drop this here because it's quite lengthy here, and we can walk through it together. So I'll zoom out a bit, and you can see the channel details is gonna have this kind e tag, the page info. It's going to have these items, which is an object with all these properties, and this snippet, which is also an object with all these properties. Okay, so please do check the GitHub again, and you just have the source code. So we can make use of this channel details type in our page, and we can tell the use SWR hook that we expect to get back this channel details like this. That will be coming in from our types. Okay, so here we get data, and data is we can call channel details, and we can also get the error, and we can call this channel details error, and lastly is loading, and we can call this loading channel details. Okay, so this is it for fetching the channel. So let's duplicate this, And next we need to fetch the channel videos. So I'll call this channel videos, and I'll leave this the same, but rather than fetch channel, it's going to fetch channel videos, which takes in the channel ID. And this, we can call it channel videos, and channel video, we can call this channel video error, channel video error, and we can call this channel loading channel videos like this. And this is going to not return the channel details, it's going to return the channel video type, which is also an exhaustive type that we can paste in here. Okay, so if you come over to the GitHub, come over to types, custom types, you would see all these types definition here. Okay, so I've already gone on to type out all these types ahead of time. So here in the page.tsx, we can now replace this. Rather than use channel details, we can now import the channel videos. Okay, and now we also have our check. So we'll say if there is a channel details error, or if there's a channel video error. In that case, we are just going to throw a new error that is going to say error fetching channel data. Okay, so in case of no error, now we are going to go on to display all of these. So here, before we display, let me restart our server to be sure we are fetching the correct data. So I'm going to open the terminal and restart the application to be sure we don't have any errors. And I will open the terminal and just reload the page. And while that's loading up here, let's take a look. And we are not logging to the console, so just right about here, I'm going to console.log the channel details and also the channel videos like this. So let's save this and let's come back here, and here we see we get the channel details, and here we get the channel we get undefined for the channel videos. Okay, so perhaps we must have gotten something wrong if we are getting undefined for the channel videos. So where is it? I will just log the channel videos to the console and reload the page. We already see we are getting undefined and we are getting bad requests. So if we inspect this, we get our response.data.error, and we say the playlist identified with request parameter cannot be found. Okay, so it's totally fine. We must have a typo somewhere. So let's fix it. We have this channel videos, okay, which definitely is not the cause of the error. I'm gonna save this, and here fetch channel videos. We are gonna inspect the fetch channel videos function. Okay, so this function here, I'll come to the playlist, but let's be sure about this. So this goes to playlist items, the key, API key, and here we have the playlist ID, and it's gonna be the channel playlist ID, and here we have path equals to snippets. Okay, so this is totally fine. Now let's check the fetch channel playlist ID. So fetch channel playlist ID is going to go to the base URL /channels. The key is equal to API key, and ID is channel ID, and path is going to be equal to content details. Okay, so everything seems to be fine. Dot related playlist dot uploads related. So here we have the typo. So it's always important that you're careful to avoid typos. Okay, so we have the typo here, and we can save this. Okay, so with this saved, if we come back to application, now you see we display the videos. Okay, so great. So please, again, I cannot overemphasize. I would rather have you copy and paste most of these, while coding along, so that you don't have typos whilst typing, and then you spend some time, debugging your code. And since we're sure we're getting back all these response, now let's lay out the JSX. So first I'm going to break this down and have this div. Give this a class name of height 64. Give this a width full and margin to the bottom of 10. And on medium devices rounded to XL, and give this rounded none. That's on mobile devices, and overflow hidden. And in here we're going to check if we have got channel details. If that is true, then we want to display this image component from next image. So let me see the import here. Should be coming from next image. And for the source is going to be the channel details. And then we go to .snippet, channel details. We go to .snippet. Let's see. Channel details is not going to be an array. Okay, so channel details is not going to be an array. Rather, we want to take the items from it. Okay, so if we visit channel details, you see here it has this items type, which is an object. So this, we are just taking the items type from this. So now we come back here and we say channel details dot snippet. You see we've got it, and then we can say dot, I'll just add this check here, and here we can say dot thumbnails, and now we can say dot hi dot URL. And after the image, we also have the alt. I will go with the channel details dot snippet dot title, like this. And I would go with the class name of, did I sound change? Nope, the class name. Class name is going to be object cover. And I'll give it a full width and also a full height, like this. And gives a width of 600 and a height of 300, and give it some priority like this. And after this div, I'm going to save, and let's have a preview. So we have this error. Let's quickly reload our application, and we still have another error. Invalid source prop or for the image. So we just need to copy this, and we come back to, that means we need to quit our terminal, and we come to our, where is it, our next config. We just add this, we are just going to duplicate this and add this here. Okay, so I'm just going to add this here, and we can restart our application, and we shouldn't have any errors. So while it's loading up, I'm just going to load this. And after this channel details, we are going to come below here to have this div where we're going to display the channel avatar and also the subscriber count. So you see here, this is my channel image, and to display more, we're going to give this a margin bottom of 10, give this flex call, and on medium devices, give this flex row. Okay, and give this items center, give this a space x of 5, and give this a px of 3. So here I want to display the avatar component from our components, and I want to style it as well. Give this a class name of width 28 and a height of 28. So in here, we are going to, inside this avatar, we are going to display the avatar image. Okay, and the avatar image is self-closing. We are going to display the source, and the source is going to be equal to the channel details dot snippet and the thumbnails dot hi .url. So that's for the source. We also have the alt, which is going to be the channel details .snippet .title, like this. And after this image, we're going to have the avatar fallback. And here, I'll just give the text of A. Okay. And after this avatar, I want to have this div, which is h2, which I will style. I'll give this h2 font medium. I would also give it, I'll give it font bold, give it text center. Okay, and the medium devices, I will say text left and text 3XL. Give this medium devices text 5XL. Give this a margin bottom of 2, a margin top of 4, and then medium devices a margin top of 0. And here I want to display the title, so the channel details .snippet .title, like this. And after the title, I want to display the custom URL. So here I'll just have this class name and display this flex, items center, text extra small, and here I will have the channel details .snippet and display the custom URL. Display this dot from Lucid React. Let's see the import. So I will take this to the top here. Okay, and after this dot, maybe I just display the number of subscribers, maybe 1.6 subscribers. Okay, and then I would have this dot again, and I would just say 10 videos. Okay, so after this div, we have here, so this block. So after this, I want to have another div. So let's save and have a preview. Yeah, so you see, this is just what we wanted. We have the channel name, we have the custom URL, number of subscribers, number of video, and now we have the channel thumbnail. So with this, I want to display the on display more. So here I'm gonna display this div, give it a class name of flex, and flex wrap like this. And inside here, I'm gonna say if loading channels is true, and if we are also loading the channel videos. If that is true, then I want to have this array, not avatar. So I have this array, and I will just give it a length of 10, and I want to fill it with nothing. So I'll fill it with null, and the idea is now I can map through it and get each item, and apart from the item, also get the index, and go on to return our loading component. Okay, and for the key, I'm gonna give it the key of the index. Okay, so the key that we're gonna use here is the index, and we need to import the loading component, and we're gonna use the loading component from app. Okay, so this loading component here, where is it? So this one here. Okay, so and now let's go on to display the thumbnail component if we actually have videos. So in here, just outside this here, I'm gonna have this channel videos. If this is true, then I want to map through it. Okay, and get each video and go on to return the thumbnail component coming from our components like this, and I'll pass in the ID, so the key, which is going to be the video.id, not like that. I'm just going to use the index here, so the video and the idx, and the key is going to be the index, and I'm going to pass more. It needs the video, and the video like this is going to need the ID, and the ID, so maybe I take off this index, because here the ID is going to be the video, the snippet. Sorry, I'm going to, yeah, so it should be fine. Yeah. So we go to video dot, so video dot, we are not getting um, good completion here because this channel video, we also need to take out the items. Okay, so if we take out the items here, we can now have the ID. Okay, and here the ID can be the video dot snippet dot resource ID dot video ID, and we need to pass the title, which is also the video dot snippet dot title, and we also need to pass the description, which is the video dot snippet dot description. We also need to pass the thumbnail, which is the video not video dot snippet dot description. We also need to pass the thumbnail. Okay, we just did. So sorry for the thumbnail, is dot thumbnails and then dot hi dot URL. And after the thumbnail, we also need a view count. I'm actually going to hard code this because it doesn't come back from the resource. So for that, I'm just going to hard code it to avoid sending another request. And the publish date is going to be the video dot snippet dot published at. And we also need the channel information. So the channel is an object, so we have the channel ID. It's going to be the video dot snippet dot channel ID. We also need the channel title, which is going to be the video dot snippet dot channel title. And lastly, we need the channel image. I'll just pass in an empty string. So if we come back here, you see we load the videos that I have in my project, and I had coded the number of views because, you know, for this case I just didn't want to send an extra request. But if we click on one of these videos, you see here we are redirected to the video watch page, and here you see we display the video, and here we display the load more, where you can, you know, see more about it. And you can also go on to play this video, and you see the video is actually playing in here. So I'm just going to stop this for now and come back to the view your channel page. Okay, so it's all working fine, and we are done with this page. Up next, if we come back to the home page, the home page is working as expected. We can now go on to implement the search functionality, and our web page, as always, is responsive. So if we come over to the view your channel and we try to resize this, you see how everything adjusts accordingly and everything is fully responsive. Okay, so everything here is fully responsive. We can come back to the home page, and we can come back to the channels page, and we can go back to the video details page, and everything here is fully responsive. So to round this up, we are just going to implement one last thing, and that is going to be the search functionality. So if we click on this search icon here, we have this modal, and for now, if we type hello or anything here, we just log it to the console. So now is the time for us to go and make this work and round this up. In order for us to implement the search functionality, we need to go over to the top navigation because that's where we have the search icon. So let's come over to our components, and here where we have our top navigation, we have our search. So where do we have the form? So this, I think this is for desktop and it's hidden on mobile. So we have to wire up this connection to places. So let's start here. We have already, we have on desktop and also on mobile. Where is it? Here. So we have already to the search inputs ref. So this is where we're going to work. So here where we just log to the console, we're going to push the user to the search page. We don't have that yet, but it's totally fine. And let's go up and let's get the search query first. So const search query, which is going to be the search term, and this is going to be in the search input ref.current, and then we have the value property, which would actually have the value. Remember, we were logging into the console here. So this. All right, so now we are saving it in this variable, the search query, and we want to close the dialog. And apart from closing the dialog, we want to push the user to a search page. So let's do that. We're going to set dialog open to false. So this is one thing to do. And then we're going to say router.push. We don't have router yet, so let's make use, or let's import the hook. So we say const router is going to be equal to the use router hook. Should be imported from next navigation. So not next router, next navigation. And I will just take this to the top here, and that should be it. So now we have the router. We can say router.push, and we want to push the user to a new page. For now, we don't have this page, the search page, so it's definitely going to go to a 404 page, but it's totally fine. And most importantly, we want to add this search query. So I'll just go with the text queue. You can type query in full, but I'll just go with queue, and query is going to be equal to, and here we have the search query. So we have our search query here, and what happens next if the user submits the form? We are going to save the term, that is the term from the form in this search query. We're going to close the dialog and push the user to the search page. So let's see how that works. I will click here, and here we have search. I'm just going to search for code with lari, and we should go to the search page, which is a 404 page for now. So you see. All right, so let's go up and fix that page, and this is going to be in our app main, and in here we can have a search folder. So here we can have the search folder, and here we can have the search.tsx, not search, the page.tsx file. All right, so I will just go with this and call this search. Okay, so in here for now, we can just return a div, and if we save, we should no longer see 404, we should see search. We don't, but it's somewhere there because of our styling. We would see it in a second. So let's work on this page, and in this page, first I'm going to give these, give it a class name. I'll give it a margin to the top of -64 pixels. And also give it a px of 3. So in here, we're going to have this h3 with the text search results. And after this, let's save and let's see if we see this search results. Yep, we see it. So let's style it quickly. I'm going to give this some class names. I'll give it a class name of scroll m20. I would also give it my of 5. Text 2XL. I give it a font semi-bold, and lastly tracking tight like this. And after this, we need to get access to the search results, so the search query. Remember here we have this query code with lari. We want to get access to that term, and to do this we are going to make use of a hook that will come from next navigation. So it's the use search params hook, and let's save it in this constant search params, which is going to be equal to use search params. Should be imported from next navigation, and you call it like a method. So in this search params, we can go on to get our query. So const search query, and this search query is going to be equal to our search params, and there we have the get method, and it needs the name. Now this name will go with the name of q. So remember here we gave it this name q. And if you come back here, you see this name q that we gave it. So that is the name we want to use to extract the search query or from the URL and store it in this search query. So this is going to be now equals to code with lari. So that's what we are saving in here. But let's have a check. So we can just check if there is no search query, not search params. So if this doesn't give us what we are looking for, let's see, it can give us a string or null. So let's guide ourselves in regards the null case. So the case where it returns null, we are just going to throw this to our error boundary. So we're going to throw a new error, and the error is going to just be saying error fetching search query, like this. All right, so once we are here, we know that we have the search query, and we can just do a quick test of logging it to the console, and we're going to see it here. Actually, we see null, so it's we need to make this a client component, make use of the use client directive, and we should now see it here. So search params only works in client components, and that's why we saw null there. And if we save, we should see code with lari here. So we do, and everything is working fine. Before we continue, we need to go into the world of data fetching, so that we use this query that we just logged to the console to fetch the data. So in order for us to do that, we need to make use of our use SWR Hook, so like this. And for the key, I would go to fetch videos, and here I would impute the search query, okay, so that the search query is going to be cached. And then we have our callback function, which is going to be called with the key, which is of type string. And here we are going to return a function that we don't have yet. So we are going to define this function in our api.ts. Let's do that right away. So let's come to our lib api.ts, and in here we need to define a new function. So let's write it down here. Say export async function, and we can call this function fetch search query, and it needs a params. So the params is going to be the search query, and the type is going to be a string like this. Okay, and let's have our try catch block, and in case of any errors, we can just log it to the console. So I'm gonna log error with the search query and log the error here. So in our try block, let's get our data, which is going to be equal to Nextjs. Let's not forget to await Nextjs.get, and we need a URL. So this is going to go to our base URL, and let's take a look at our base URL again. So if we come over to our env, it has /version3. So this is our base URL. Okay, so here we just go to /search, and we need to provide the query. So we say q is going to be equal to this search query that the user is going to pass. So this search query, and we can say path is equal to snippet, and type, so we need to add a type and say type is equal to video, and let's limit the result. So we can say max results is equal to 10, and we need to have our API key. So say and key is equal to here we now inject our API underscore key. Okay, so please ensure there is no typo. You can always copy and paste from the GitHub. So the base URL /search query, this is the search query, path is equal to snippet, type is equal to video, and max result is equal to 10, and then our API key. So we get our data. We should do well to return our data here. All right, so now we have this function. We can go back to our page.tsx and make use of it. So here we're going to call the fetch search query. Should be imported from our lib, and I'm just going to rearrange this. And we call this function and we pass the search query here. And we have an error. Why do we have an error? so this can be string or null. We are already checking, so we need to cut this and put this here, and the error is gone. Okay, so here we can have our data. We can call it search results, and we can obviously have an error, and we have our is loading property. So if we hover on data, you can see is of type any. So we can go on and tell the use search query hook the type of data that we are expecting. So it's a generic type, and we're going to define this in our types, costume type.tsx. Just somewhere here we can export another type, and we can call this search list response, which is equal to an object. So we'll have the kind, which is of type string, string like this. We also have the e tag, which is of type string. Okay, we also have the next page token, and this is gonna be of type string. We also have the region code, which is of type string. We have the page info, which is an object. So we have the total pages or total results, which is of type number. And we have the results per page, which is of type number. And lastly, we have items, and items is of type search results. I think we should have search results somewhere. We don't have search results, so let's define it here. We can have this type search results, which is an object where we have the kind of type string. We have the e tag, which is also of type string. We have the ID, which is of type video ID. I know we don't have the type of video ID, so let's also define it here. So type video ID is going to be equal to this, where we have the kind, sorry, not the, yep, we have the kind, which is of type string, and then we have the video ID, which is of type string. All right, and after this we have the snippet, and the snippet is going to be of type video snippet, which also we don't have. So we are going to define this type here, and it's actually a long type, so I might as well copy and paste this in, and you get it from the GitHub. So I'm gonna paste this in. So this is the type for video snippets. They publish that, the channel ID, title, description, thumbnails, which itself is an object, and here you see we still have this thumbnail type, the channel ID, and all these properties. So for the thumbnail type, I will also provide it here. So this is the type for the thumbnail, like this. This is type for the video snippets, which we use here, and then the search results, we can use this here, like this. Okay, and this is going to be an array of that type, so search result type. So our final type is the search list response, and is this search list response we are going to pass over here, and we should do well to import it from our types. Okay, so that's about it. We can now log the response to the console, but before we do that, let's handle this error case, because it's most likely we're gonna have an error. So I'll copy this and paste this in here, and I will just say if we have an error, then I'm gonna throw a new error fetching search query like this, and now log the results to the console. So let's save this type, and let's save this page and come back here and see this. So we see we safely fetch the items. So you see the items, and you see the properties, the videos, okay, with the video ID. So now we are getting this result. Let's make use of it and display it on our UI. So I will get rid of this, and just after this h3, I'm gonna have this curly bracket, and I'll say search results if it is true. So I'll add this conditional check, then I'll say the items dot map, where do we get items? Remember, from this search results type. So where is it? Here. So the search list response, if we go back there, you see here we have these items, which is an array. Okay, so that's where we are getting it from. And you can also see it here. So these items, which is an array. So we are mapping, and we'll get each item, and we are gonna return a link that would come from next link. So I am just gonna confirm this import here and move it to the top here. All right, so this link component, we are in a map, so we shouldn't forget to provide a key. So let's do that already. And the key is going to be the item.id and here .video ID. And this link needs a href. And this is going to go to the actual video. So we're going to use backtick and go to /watch, so our watch page. And we go to the item. And here we have the ID and here the video ID. Okay, so what next are we missing? We have the href, we have the key. Let's style it already. Give it a class name of grid. Grid calls 2. Give this a gap of 8. And on medium devices, I'm gonna give it a height of 72 and give this a margin Y of 5. Okay, so inside this link, let's have this div and let's style it. I'll give the class name of call span 12. I would also give this on medium devices call span 4 and give this a full width. Give this a height of 52. On medium devices, it will take the full height and an overflow of hidden. Okay, so inside this div, we want to display the image. So let's import this from next image and let me confirm the import here. Okay, so inside this image, let's style it. I'll give it a class name of width full, also height full, give this object cover and rounded extra large like this. The class name won't be enough, that's why we're still having an error, because we need to provide the source property, which is going to be the item we are mapping through. So in the item, we have this snippet property, and then we have thumbnails. I'll go with medium and go with the URL. And apart from this source, we also need the alt, and the alt will be the item, the snippet, and we can go with the title. Okay, we can also provide the width. And the width, I would go with 300, same for the height. Give this a height of 300. So after this div, I would have another div. So if we check here, we go with grid calls 2. So this is the first call with the image. And here we are going to have the actual, we are going to have some other details. So here, let's give this class name of call span 12 and on medium devices call span 8, not columns, so call span 8 like this. Okay, so let's have a h4 and let's just save to be sure we're doing everything correctly. And here we're already seeing our search results, so I'm gonna collapse this. We're already seeing our search results. And for now, it's not looking pretty. So let's keep adding more content. And in this h4, I want to have the item.snippet.title. Okay. So to style this, give it a class name of text extra large. Also give it a font semi-bold like this. And that should be enough. So in here, we're going to have this publish date. It's a class name of text extra small. Give this dark text background light on the dark variant. And here we can make use of our utility. So our format, what did we call it? Format publish date. And you need the publish date, which is the item.snippet.published at like this. Okay, so this has been imported. Okay, and after this paragraph, we have another div. So let's see what we have going. Okay, so we have this. Yep, so we have another div. Let's see how it looks on the dark theme. Good, it's fine. Okay, so let's add more to it. So in this div, I'm gonna give this a class name of cospan12. And on medium devices, nope. I'm gonna give this a margin Y of 6 and get this flex, not float, right? Flex items center space x3. Okay, and here we can make use of our avatar component coming from components, and this avatar component is gonna have this width 11 and height 11 like this. And in here we're gonna have our avatar image, and the image source is gonna be the one we had coded. So if we come to our public, we have this. I'm just gonna copy the name, okay, so I don't have any typos. And here, so I'll go to slash and just paste this in. And for the alt, I'll go with code with lari like this. Let's have our avatar fallback, and the fallback is just gonna be the text AB. And after our avatar, we're gonna have our paragraph, and here we have our item dot snippet dot channel title. And this I'll give it a class name of text extra small, give this a dark variant of text background light. Okay, and just after this div, we can have the description. So it's gonna be the item, there's snippet dot description. And let's style it. I'll give it a class name of text extra small, and also a dark variant, just the same, not data. So dark, give this a text background light like this. So let's save this and let's see what we have. Good, so this is looking quite okay. I think I don't like the overall layout because I think it needs some padding. Yep, so this should be px3. Okay, just like that, and it looks better. We just have this gap here, and I think we have my on this card, do we? So we have my5, so it's totally okay, and everything is fine and good. So just after the let's see, let's take a look at the card. So after the so let's see, after this description, I think we can just have a typo here. Okay, so let's take a look. Yeah, it looks better. And I just want to the images looks crushed up now. I just want to give this a margin bottom of 4. And I think it's still looking somewhat off because we should have the image here and have the description, you know. And let's see, grid codes 12. So this should actually be 12 because then this is cospan 8, and then this should be cospan 4. Where is it? This should be cospan 4, and then this is cospan 8, and then I'll get rid of this. Okay, so let's save up, and this is way better. So this is way better. This is the layout that I was checking about, and let's see if it's quite responsive. Yeah, yep, so it is quite responsive. A little bit squashed up here, but I think it's okay. Yep, so it's quite responsive, and if we click on one of these, we should go to that video, to the watch page, and we can obviously go on to play this video and watch it. So it goes on to play. I will just pause it after all. Okay, so this is it, and we are done with our clone. Okay, so let's deploy our application, and we need two services. First, we're going to be deploying to Vercel, so you can go over to vercel.com and authenticate. I will authenticate via GitHub. I will just authenticate myself, and you should authenticate yourself as well. So this is my dashboard, and come over to GitHub. All right, so where do we get started? Let's first of all come back to application, and I'm gonna close all, and I will close my I will shut down the server, and I would open here so that we can see our changes. So first we need to initialize Git. So Git init, and we have initialized Git in our project. And next, let's configure our username. So git config user.email, and then I'll input my email, and also git config user.name, and I'll input my username. Okay, I think this is my username. Okay, and next, let's come back to browser, and we need to create a new repository. So you can come here, and we should have somewhere here. Okay, you can come over here, come over to your repositories, and here you'll see the button, the tab to create a new repository, and I'm gonna call this YT clone. Yeah, YouTube clone YT, YouTube clone YouTube, and I'll make this public. You can make it private, and I will create. Okay, so this is going to create a repo. We have done git init, and we haven't done git add. Okay, so let's do that next. Let's git add, but we will not add a specific file. We are going to add all our files using git add dot and git commit -m for a commit message, and I will say final build. Okay, and now we see all our changes has been committed. Now we need to sync our local code base to this remote repository. So I'm gonna copy this. So git remote add origin, and I'll paste this in here. So next we just need the last command, git push origin master. And this is gonna push our changes. We need our password. And you see, once you provide your password, this is gonna push here, and you can just reload this page and you see all of your code base. Beautiful. Now we have our file here. We can come back to Vercel, and we want to add our sync from our GitHub. So I'm gonna create a new project, and I'm gonna import this. So the YouTube clone YouTube. I'm gonna import this, and I will just leave the project name as this. You can configure. And for environment variables, I'll click on this drop down and come to my application. So to the env, you can see the env is grayed out. Again, if the env isn't grayed out, you can come here and add it. Okay, you can add your env here. I think we did this sometime in the course. Okay, so make sure your env is grayed out and you don't have all your keys pushed to GitHub. And once you add your env, you can git add again, so you can git add all, and then git commit, so you can then git commit, and you would not need to git remote add origin, you just push. Okay, so that's what you would have to do. So I hope it was grayed out in your case, and if you can come back here, I'm just gonna copy everything and I'm gonna paste it in here like this, and automatically they are synced here. And next we can, I think that's all the settings we need, and this is the root directory. We can go on to deploy our application. Now this is going to, if we click on this drop down, we see the commands that the Vercel CLI is running. It first goes on to clone our GitHub repo, so our YouTube clone YouTube, lari.github.com, which is this repository. In your case, it will be cloning your repo, and once it's done cloning, it runs the vercel build command and goes on to install dependencies from this package we are using in this our project from GitHub. And once it's done, it goes on to run npm run build, which is the production version of our application, which has been optimized by Next.js. So then it runs this next build command, and it didn't give me the opportunity to explain fully, but our application has been deployed. Congratulations. Okay, so we can have an instant preview. So you see this has been synced to your GitHub branch. Once you make a change and push, it's going to automatically reflect on your application. So let's have this preview. We can continue to our dashboard. And once we are here, we can see our deployment URL, or you can see this domain. I think I'll just go with anyone. Perhaps I go with this. And we can visit. So these are the 3 domains. Any of them is gonna work just fine. They are the domains that is synced to this project. And if we click on this, we should see our GitHub clone live. So this is the website we worked on together throughout the course of the video. And we see the results. You can try out the toggle. So on the dark theme, everything works as fine. We can visit our channel, and this goes on to load the channel, totally fine. You can click on a particular video, and this goes on to load the video details page. You see here we have all the data about this video. You can go on to share this video. You can go on to play this video, and I'm gonna pause it actually. So that's the video. You can come back to the home page. You can try to search by keywords, and once you search, we come to the search page and we see the search results. We can obviously come over here and test out the responsiveness of our application. So everything is working as fine, and thank you everyone for sticking around and for completing this project with me. And I look forward to working on new projects together with you, and I will see you next time. So take care and bye-bye.